Som. Bom dia. Peço ao proprietário do veículo 26DA27, por favor, um Cascais, por favor, junto à viatura para retirá-la porque está a trancar outro carro. Muito obrigado. Olha.
Muito bom dia a todos, Sr. Secretário de Estado, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, senhores reitores, senhores presidentes, minhas autoridades académicas. Eu gostaria de, em português, fazer um voto de boas-vindas e um agradecimento de boas-vindas à presença de todos. Nós estamos não só a organizar esta sessão de forma presencial, mas também remota, e temos um conjunto de inscrições muito significativo, o que é reconfortante para a agência, mas é sobretudo reconfortante para este novo ciclo que pretendemos iniciar com a avaliação institucional e que terá seguramente os seus reflexos na avaliação, no próximo período de avaliação do ciclo de estudos. E, portanto, muito obrigado pela vossa presença e uma saudação. Passo a falar em inglês. On behalf of the Portuguese Agencies of Assessments and Accreditation of Higher Education, I would like to welcome all participants in this international conference of institutional assessments of higher education in Lisbon. This conference takes place in a particular moment for our agencies, as we are almost reaching the end of the second cycle of assessments and accreditation of study programs. Now we are preparing the institutional assessments that will cover all the Portuguese higher education system. These institutional assessments represent the ending of 5-year evaluation period during which all higher education institutions were assessed by external assessment teams. As you know, it was a difficult period with the pandemic crisis that forced us to swiftly adopt new ways of working and communication, and forces us to explore and incorporate new digital skills in our daily work. I would like to remind you that the number of studies enrolled in higher education in Portugal has increased in the last 40 years, from 80,000 to 400,000 students. The population rate between 30 and 34 years old with the higher education degrees has achieved 45% in the end of 2021. The Portuguese higher education systems includes about 100 institutions, 30% public institutions and 70% private institutions. And all of these institutions are responsible for 1,300 study programs. This is the universe that HCERES has been working with, the guarantee that all Portuguese higher education degrees offered in our country and in other territories have the quality standards of HCERES and of ENQA. Presently, we are placing a great expectations in the new institutional assessment, which will be launched soon. Such expectation results from our reflection and discussions about first, the current status of Portuguese higher education systems. Second, results and recommendation of the previous institutional assessment launched in 2017, the international best practice, and finally, the future challenges of education research and innovation. Furthermore, the development of these new institutional assessments is embedded with some consideration that I would like to emphasize. The quality of Portuguese higher education institutions is influenced both by legal requirements from Portuguese legal framework and quality requirements defined within the context of the European higher education area. The previous institutional assessment implemented 6 years ago was mainly focused on legal requirements, although HCERES will have to monitor the compliance of higher education institutions with the Portuguese legal framework. We will try, above all, to assess and monitor the strategic development of and the quality assurance mechanisms of higher education institutions. Thus, the new institutional assessments will be mostly focused both on strategic dimensions of higher education institutions and on their relationships with their missions, and with the way they answer to the current higher education challenges and project their future in a rapidly changing world. Nowadays, higher education institutions are agents of public interest and major driving forces of society development. They have a strong impact in different sectors of society, and the institutional assessments will try to assess the strategy of the institutions at those different levels, always guaranteeing the diversities and the autonomy of higher education institutions. Governance will be one of the areas assessed in the institutional assessment. Higher education institutions operate in a diverse and challenging environment, crossing different scientific areas, project in collaboration with external stakeholders, international cooperation and regional collaboration. Moreover, there are other challenges related with gender balance, with racial and sexual tolerance and protection, inclusion the students with special needs, minorities and disadvantaged groups. The massification of higher education has also forced institutions to deal with ethics and academic integrity, since these are very sensitive domains which might slow down the trust between communities, business companies, people, and higher education institutions. The main goal of the institutional assessment would be to understand how each institution merges its organizational model with the educational, scientific, pedagogical, and cultural project. Higher education institutions are, as already stated, complex organization with different bodies and with different competencies acting in the different areas. Thus, a demanding, flexible, and tolerant working atmosphere should occur. The strategy of institutions for public information is an important dimension of assessment and accreditation process. The transparency of institution activities is a crucial characteristic of this institution as public service providers. We aim to establish an environment of the stakeholders involved with higher education institutions in order to allow students to make reflected choices, to allow institutions to find the most suitable partners for their strategies, to qualify business companies to choose the research partners to develop their innovative products or service, and finally, for public administration to define the best institutional bridge for collaboration they need. Students are a key dimensions. The increase in the access to higher education and in the diversity of students' profile requires a set of adjustments and innovation in teaching pedagogical and methodological skills. Also, in the conception of space and academic environment when the virtual dimension assumes a central role. Higher education students come from various origins, from professional or regular education secondary level, from the universe of young adults who want to reinforce their qualification, from the elder who simply wants to learn more. The education offer should be adjusted to such diversity. It is not easy to define access criteria for such a diversity. However, we know that all of them should be oriented to promote inclusions, education, and knowledge dissemination. Our agency will closely follow the final report of learning and teaching approved by the Minister of Europe and Higher Education area in Rome in 2020. This report stresses the relationships between learning and teaching methods and the learning of transversal skills, which are crucial for the labor market. Institutional strategy for lifelong learning are particularly important for Portugal, which has a huge deficit in this area when compared with the European partners. The pedagogical methodologies have attracted special attention for organizations like ENQA, OECD, and EUA. In addition, this area will be specially focused on the institutional assessment. The integration of graduates in the labor market and in the society demands not only solid disciplinary qualification, but also other transversal skills. The latest study published by the OECD 2022, we can highlight the following reflections. Employers and economic organizations express with increasingly louder voices that they are no longer confident that graduates have acquired the skills needed for the 21st century workplace, in particular generic skills such as problem solving, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. In our opinion, it is a transversal design that should encompass all graduates, regardless of how they will be involved in different activities in the future. In addition, the development of pedagogical methodologies by institutions and by academic staff will reveal how concerned institutions are with the global education of their students. I would like to mention that our agency has ongoing initiatives which aims to reflect on the pedagogical innovation. Soon we will publish a prospective report and we will channel higher education institutions to debate the different aspects that can improve the relationship between students, professors and institutions within the teaching and learning process. This debate will inspire some indication and guidelines which will allow in the future to better characterize study programs. During the pandemic, teaching and learning process adopt virtual approaches to guarantee the communication with students. However, this solution, which should be a temporary and emergency solution, left a trail of illusion. We need to relativize its importance and overcome it. The face-to-face interaction is crucial for the global education in higher education institutions, mainly for young students. Still, distance education is another modality demanding specific methodologies, adequate IT platforms, specific teacher training, collaboration with IT technicians, and specific assessment schemes, different from the ones used to assess to face-to-face teaching and learning. It is an important and growing modality which can reach certain sectors of the population that would not be able to enroll in higher education institutions through a traditional and face-to-face modality. The institutional assessment will assess how institutions are following these new modalities with so different levels of demand in comparison with the face-to-face modalities. Academic and research staff is another interest area of the institutional assessment. The success of institutions' performance, and particularly the continuous improvement of teaching and scientific research, are strongly related to the role played by the academic and research staff. The performance of academic staff depends on the working condition inside higher education institutions, on the integration of academic staffs in the research centers, on the promoting of scientific production, which is decisive for the update of teaching and learning, and on the monitoring and mentoring mechanism. Simultaneously, the technical staff performing support activities inside higher education institutes should also deserve attention. Our attention covers the pedagogical teams supporting study programs, laboratory technicians, librarians and editors, technologic supporters, the different teachings and learning modalities, actors promoting intellectual property rights and supporting entrepreneurship, experts, management project and promoting international cooperation. They are very diverse and well-functioning of institution depends on their professionalism and efficiency. According to Portuguese law, HCERES is not required to assess the scientific research developed in the Portuguese higher education institutions. However, HCERES can't ignore the dynamic of universities and polytechnics related to the research activity. We know this activity is a part of DNA of these institutions. The quality of education greatly depends on the quality of the research developed in the different scientific areas. The institutional strategy for research is crucial, and in the institutional assessment, ATRES aims to understand how institutions foster high-R&D consortia, how they capture international and European funds and fellowships for R&D projects, how they disseminate socially relevant project results, or which have contributed to solve societal problems. Furthermore, we aim to analyze how institutions mobilize students for research projects since the beginning of their academic path. Knowledge transfer, including results, dissemination of scientific, artistic, and technological activities, affect institutions' profile. The collaboration with external stakeholders enables us to identify the research lines with more immediate results and other research lines which do not correspond to immediate demands, but which prepare society to solve future problems. When we cross these concerns with the need to prepare students for the labor market, we acknowledge the need to value entrepreneurship, which cover the interest of young people, institutions, and external stakeholders. The collaboration with external stakeholders allows them to consolidate such spirit, to acquire complementary skills, and to prepare themselves to the different professional challenges which they will have to face in the future. These aspects will guarantee a qualified and faster inclusion in the society and in the labor market in different modalities: employed, independent employment, self-employment, or emerging business. International cooperation is one of the features which reflect the openness of higher education institutions. The integration within the European higher education area, namely through the measures promoted by the European Commission, made the cooperation with institutions from other countries an obligatory feature. The attraction of international and European students is one of the strongest components of this movement. Portuguese higher education institutions have gained over the last year a significant experience in this domain. International students enrolled in Portuguese institutions come from more than 100 different countries. Another central feature of internationalization is the organization of joint degrees, research and innovation projects. This is also considerable diversity here, given the different profiles and dimensions of institutions. The quality of education and this relationship with scientific production increasingly depends on the international cooperation. Students demand to know different cultures, to choose the best degree and research programs, or to move away from their familiar contexts are good incentives to foster internationalization and to explore supporting mechanisms of mobility. We acknowledge that the accreditation of joint programs has generated an unfinished debate in Europe. In the institutional assessment, we aim to understand what are the institution projects and to find solutions which make procedures easier, namely throughout bilateral and multilateral agreements between agencies. We believe that the problem related to curricula, credits, academic staff qualification, learning outcomes, and modalities of access have solutions. We defend that before starting an accreditation process, institution must eliminate difference and establish an agreement allowing accreditation agencies to act in a converging and common way. In this domain, we must emphasize the program promoting European universities by Erasmus+. This is an essential program since institutions which are part of this alliance organize study programs, research programs, students' mobilities, collective debates about regional and global matters, and diversify their joint education offer. A vast number of Portuguese universities and public polytechnics participate in European universities, which may be an indicator of the international dynamic of institutions. In this vol d'oiseau, for the different areas approached in the institutional assessment, we would still like to address institutional sustainability and quality assurance. Sustainability is a major concern concern for higher education institutions since it ensures their continuity and longevity. The institutional assessment will assess not only the aspects which are vital for the functioning of institutions, such as the one related to the physical infrastructures or financial situation, but also the level of commitment with the Sustainable Development Goals defined by United Nations. The contributions of higher education institutions for sustainable development, tolerance, inclusive and equitable quality education, social equality and prosperity should be part of institutions' goals and missions. We need to know how institutions position themselves in the face of current societal challenges. Globally, the institutional assessments aims to assess the performance of higher education institutions, the adequacy of institutional strategy, and the adoption of quality management principles. We aim to analyze the institution strategy and its implementation, always in mind with the existing diversity of higher education institutions' profiles, missions, strategy, and guidelines. The existence in Portugal of many private institutions, 70% of the Portuguese institutions are private and attract 20% of the students. It's an important feature of the systems which will probably highlight relevant difference. Summarizing the main goals of the institutional assessment will be to contribute to the development of a quality culture in higher education institutions, to promote continuous improvement of the quality of institutions, to assure the dissemination of information to the society about the performance and the results of institutions and of all the Portuguese higher education systems, to contribute to facilitate the recognitions of institutions and academic degrees, and to identify good practice on international and European mobility, to simplify in future the assessment procedures of the study programs, and finally, to evaluate the development and progress of higher education institutions and how it influences the continuous improvement of the national higher education systems. These goals are closely linked to ENQA standards, mainly to the part 1 of the standards and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area. We will have to highlight that the quality of higher education institutions is, above all, an institutional responsibility. This is a basic principle of ENQA which we advocated. Results: the new institutional assessment will have a considerable impact on the assessment of the next cycle of study programs, which will take place between 2023 and 2027. The climate of trust between HCERES and higher education institutions will allow us to simplify these assessment procedures. In some cases, this simplification was already adopted over the last year. More recently, HCERES has extended this simplification, which is part of an experimental phase anticipating the new relationships between HCERES and higher education institutions. The climate of trust is a result of a combined effort from institutions which have strictly complied with the quality standards and from HCERES. The future action of our agency must be mostly pedagogical and should be based on the presentation of recommendations for the improvement of institutions' internal functioning, mainly in the most fragile areas. HCERES would then predominantly play a role of periodic monitoring of institutions' performance. Therefore, the development and implementation of internal quality management systems is a key priority. The institutional assessment will be the basis of the new relationships rooted in diversity, responsibility, and trust. The institutional assessment will be launched in the current year 2022 when we disseminate the institution's self-assessment guidelines. The external assessment teams will have international evaluators and experts in quality management systems. So, I would like to thank all the participants which have participated physically and remotely in this conference. I would like especially thanks to our invited speakers who have joined us from other countries and will contribute with their experiences to our reflection. Andrée Sursock from EUA, Thierry Coulhon, Président de HCERES de France, Mercedes Siles, Director de ANECA from Spain, Lucien Bollaert, International Consultant from Belgium, and Cristina Ghițulică, Vice President of the Council of ARACIS from Romania. A special thanks also to the participants of the roundtable representing the Portuguese Association of Private Higher Education, APESP, the Portuguese Polytechnic Coordinated Council, CISP, and the Council of Rectors of the Portuguese Universities Group, and the Secretary of State of Higher Education. Finally, I would like to thank the staff of Teatro Thalia for their collaboration and the staff of our agency for their efforts and commitment in the organization of this conference. Thank you very much for all. The conference is now open. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Mr. Secretary of State of Higher Education, Professor Pedro Teixeira. We want to welcome and to thank to all the invited speakers, as well as to the participants, either on site or on a remote mode. The first speech is entitled the European University Association, and it will be given by Andrée Sursock. I would like to present and say a few words about Andrée Sursock. She holds a PhD in social cultural anthropology from University of California, Berkeley, USA, and she devotes her life to many facets of quality assurance in higher education. She is senior advisor at the European University Association. Between 2001 and 2009, she served as a Deputy Secretary General at the European University Association, where she was responsible for developing the association quality assurance policy, positions and activities. Andrée Sursock was former Director of Development at the Centre of Higher Education and Research and Information of the Open University UK, and she taught a variety of institutions in USA. Andrée Sursock serves on a number of university boards and in quality assurance agencies and advises governments on quality assurance procedures. She is member of the Coordinating Council of Higher Education in Portugal. The speech slot is about 45 minutes. We expect to get a few minutes by the end of it for Q&As. Therefore, let's be efficient, and so Andrée Sursock, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you to the board, the management board of HCERES, for this invitation. I'm absolutely delighted to be amongst so many friends, and I'd like to particularly recognize your Secretary of State, my good friend Pedro. So I was asked to talk about the institutional evaluation program, and I think many of you are familiar actually with it in one way or the other. What I will do is, after a brief introduction, talk about the principles and methodology of the IEP, the impact on the institution and on policies, talk a little bit about the QA of programs now that Portugal is moving toward institutional accreditation what will happen to the QA of programs and how you might want to think about it, and then a very brief conclusion. So then, okay. So my little introduction here about IAP is that, first of all, it is a program that is now 28 years old, and it hasn't changed much in 28 years. It has conducted 450 evaluations across on all continents except for North America and Australia. Mostly in Europe, of course, but also in Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. We conduct several types of institutional evaluations, and I won't go into this into the details, but I'd like to point out that the IAP is a full member of ENQA and is also listed on the registrar, the European Registrar for Quality Agencies, and that's really very important, given that we the IAP is a model for some of the agencies in Europe, and I will explain how. Now, Portugal has been a very important partner in IAP. First of all, I should have said here, I should have written that one of the founding fathers of IAP is Professor Alberto Amaral, and he was very actively involved in the program for a very long time, from the beginning. So in the pilot phase, at any rate, the University of Porto and the University of Aveiro were involved. There were several rectors and vice-rectors who were members or have been or are members of the IAP pool and served on the IAP steering committee, so helped us develop the program. We evaluated the five medical schools in Coimbra, Lisbon, and Porto in 2001. We also conducted coordinated evaluations when Portugal was going through a transition and had not yet created A3ES. Between 2006 and 2010, we conducted many evaluations of universities, polytechnic, and of course private institutions as well. And a final point about Portugal is that the Portuguese institutions have been very active as well in the EUA Quality Culture Project. So, sorry. All right, so then why launch the IAP? The IAP was launched at a time when there were only 3 agencies in Europe that did any evaluation. That was the French agency, a predecessor of the agency that is actually in existence today, the Danish agency, and the Netherlands agency. And there was some talk at the European level of developing a European-wide agency. So the Conference of Rectors, the European Conference of Rectors, which is one of the predecessing associations to EUA, decided in a preemptive move to launch an institutional evaluation program to try to model an approach of evaluation that could be picked up at the national level. An association representing universities, the CRE at the time, wanted to motivate the institutions to reflect on their functioning and to develop their own strategic path. The whole idea was and still is to promote strong institutions that can respond to evolving social demands. And Professor Guerreiro was talking about the fast pace of change at the moment, the big challenges that we're all facing, institutions and individually, and all those things are extremely important to take into account when we're thinking about the kind of higher education institutions we want to develop and support. So then, how does the IAP achieve these aims? The first important point is that the philosophy is one of improvement orientation with no summative coordinated evaluations, that is, a number of evaluations in one country. We're not going to be comparing one institution to the other. This is a low-stake evaluation based on a dialogue amongst European peers, and it is based on trust, a concept that we've heard this morning mentioned already at least twice in the first presentation. It is a context-driven, mission-driven methodology. That is, we're starting with the institutional project and the institutional context. So we're not coming in with a set of criteria and standards that we apply to all institutions regardless of their type and regardless of where they are. This could not have functioned in 50 countries, as I mentioned, where we have evaluated huge universities, very small institutes, art, music, military, the military schools. I mean, all those different types of institutions could not have been able to fit into a methodology based on criteria, external criteria. The focus is on the institutional capacity to manage change, and this has some implications in terms of what we emphasize. The key importance of the self-evaluation process, and I've put process here in bold to distinguish it from the self-evaluation report, which of course is important, but the process is something that we look at very attentively as well. We look at how the institution has developed internal quality processes that support effectively its strategies and activities in the areas of research, teaching, and service to society. And one important aspect that was also mentioned this morning is internationalization. I, for one, firmly believe that the quality of an institution can be assured through internal quality mechanisms, of course, but it is also through internationalization that the quality is developed. So that's a very important area as well. And in a sense, when the IAP was developed, the focus on the internal quality at the institutional level was really avant-garde in European quality assurance at the time. And that's why when we look and re-examine every year our methodology, it really doesn't need to be changed a whole lot. The four key questions that the evaluation is based on is: what is the institution trying to do? How it is trying to do it. So the first one is about the mission, the aim, the objectives, the strategic goals. How is the institution trying to do it? The activities that the institution is carried out, the processes, the procedures. How does it know it works? This has to do with the internal quality. And how does the institution change in order to improve? So we're looking at strategic planning, capacity, and willingness to change. Are for instance, the governance structures, the decision-making structures meant to promote change or to promote paralysis? That's an important question to ask. The impact now. So I will talk first about the impact at the institutional level, but I should preface what I'm going to say by noting that it's really very difficult to isolate the impact of evaluations on higher education institutions or a system as a whole. Change is a multifactorial change process, and we can rely on what the evaluated institutions have told us. Some of them have been evaluated over and over again and can really trace the progress through the implementations of the recommendations that they have implemented. The recommendations that they have received, excuse me. At any rate, the impact at the institutional level that has been reported to us is increased capacity for strategic thinking, strengthened internal quality processes, and increased agility. Now, one of the consequences of developing internal quality processes in the institutions, we have been able to trace through other studies, and I'm thinking here about the EUA trend studies, where we have seen a development of mechanisms for institutional research, that is, the institution establishing the function of researching itself, statistical, qualitative processes to understand itself better, and staff development, academic and also administrative staff development. And one of, I think, of the big changes also that we're seeing in Europe is with the administrative staff, the professionalization of administrative staff that's been extremely important in order to buttress the quality of the institution. So all this happens provided that there is clarity about certain aspects. The responsibilities for the QA processes and roles at all levels, so this is a shared responsibility, but at the same time the lines of accountability are well defined. We have found that when the universities take the approach that the ownership of quality should be broadly shared is really very important, but at the same time, it should not prevent the university from making sure that the lines of accountability are clear. Otherwise, no one really owns quality. If everybody owns quality, no one really owns it if there is no accountability. One of the important responsibilities of institutions for the internal quality, and I'll come back to that later, is about the evaluation of the quality of their activities. And this process needs to be well thought through in terms of the self-evaluation, the external review, and the follow-up. And finally, it is important to have a periodic evaluation of the internal evaluation system by an external body, and this is what HCERES proposes to do. For the impact at the national level, what I will do is actually take the example of what we have done at EUA and ask you to reflect on how you can apply it at the national level. So here I'm talking both about EUA as an association of rectors, if you want, or an association of universities, and about IEP as an agency, as an accreditation or an evaluation agency. So from the point of view of the association, of the university association, what our activities in quality has allowed us to do is to develop through other projects the internal quality mechanisms in the universities. So they were not left on their own, but we really tried to organize peer-to-peer projects to facilitate exchange among those who had a little bit more maturity in those processes. When we launched the Quality Culture Project in 2002, we were able, even though we had no results at that time, to influence the shape of the Berlin Communiqué. The Berlin Communiqué said very clearly the primary responsibility for quality lies with the institutions themselves. And this was really the key achievement in getting the communique to include this sentence was the fact that we had launched the Quality Culture Projects. It also, the experience that we gained through those projects and through IAP allowed us to feed into the discussion with respect to the development of the ASG and the development of ECAR, the European Quality Assurance Register, and it gave legitimacy to EUA policy statements on autonomy and accountability, and the basis for the national rectors' conferences to negotiate with their national authorities. So we knew in a sense what we were talking about. We were not, because we were involved in a very deep way into external and internal quality processes. And I urge and encourage all directors' conferences to really take a very active role in this respect. Now, from the point of view of IAP, or the point of view of the agency, what we found was the most interesting work that we can do to affect national policies is for the agencies to do an analysis of a cluster of institutional evaluations, because it allows the agency to identify what are the policies that are needed at the national level in order to have stronger and more effective universities. So then, when I was discussing with Professor Guerreiro this presentation, he asked me to talk a little bit about the question, about the following question: what about the QA of programs, and where do you position it? So a very quick reminder here of the ESG. In part one of the ESG, the issue of the quality of programs is addressed in 2 out of the 10 ESGs. So I won't read those things, but this is a very important component of part one of the ESG. And the agencies, the European agencies, are supposed to be evaluating how well the institutions have implemented part one. So then the question is where to position the responsibility for quality assurance of programs. Should you position it at the departmental level, at the faculty level, or at the institutional level? ESG does not talk about this, and there is no doctrine. There is no European doctrine on this, except to say that all 3 levels have a responsibility for the quality of the program, along with the staff, the students, the academic staff, and the institutional boards. And I'd like here to give a couple of examples of how other countries have done this. In Switzerland, when they introduced the institutional accreditation, they said to the universities, we will come and audit your internal quality processes. At that time, of course, all the institutions have quality processes, but it's not necessarily a quality system. And at that time, the universities in Switzerland did not have that. The agency did not dictate how to do this, and each institution decided to do it in a different way. And they varied what they did over time, because people get bored with repetition, and so you need to vary the fun here, in a sense. In Iceland, the universities are asked to do what is called a subject review, so it's at the departmental level, but it has to circle back to the institutional, to the faculty level and to the institutional level. Finland and Ireland are a little bit looser, like in Switzerland, and will let the universities organize this in any way they see fit. And again, there is, those are systems based on trust and on the awareness that the institutions can organize themselves in the best way possible. But if we focus on the evaluation of programs in a more traditional way at the subject level, then usually what we find are 2 mechanisms. First, it is the annual monitoring that's done by the department, and then there are periodic reviews, say, of study programs every 5 years or so. So annually, the departments are required to monitor the quality of their provision and are accountable to their faculty. And through the faculty, to the institution, the higher institutional bodies. The cyclical program usually involves, should involve external experts to the program at least. I know when the University of Porto developed its own internal quality. They had the faculties evaluating each other. I don't know whether it's still done, but this is one model that could be picked up as long as there is some externality to what you are doing. And one important point is not to forget some transversal themes such as student support services, research, internationalization, service to society, which support the quality of provision. Now, for my conclusion, I just wanted to say that by taking the initiative of developing internal quality processes, institutions demonstrate their sense of accountability and responsibility to the public, students, parents, government, employers, business partners. They improve their activities, they strengthen their strategic capacity, and the associated demand for autonomy, because you can't have one without the other, and define the terms of the policy debate by demonstrating what is desirable and feasible in quality assurance. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, thank you, Andrée. I would like to ask for a few questions. I'm sure that these topics were relevant for all of us here. So, any questions?
Good morning. Karen Wall from the Institute of Social Sciences. You mentioned a very important point, that you have a mission-driven methodology. So what you want to actually evaluate is the capacity to manage change. Could you tell us a little bit about this experience of evaluating this capacity of institutions? You don't have criteria, but you must have some experience of how evaluators actually go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the one important aspect that we look at is decision-making and governance. And when we, but not only, we're also looking at research, education and service to society and internationalization, as I said. But the key here is to really ask how the institution, examples of change. So it's really very difficult actually to assess capacity for change. You cannot really measure it. It is not, there are no quantitative elements that you can rely on. So it is really much more impressionistic. It's like a connoisseur type of judgment that we end up with, listening to the institution, listening to how strategic it is, listening to the extent to which it is making changes and how it is making changes. Is it just the top level, because we're mostly interacting with the top level, but not only? Is it just the top level that is being dynamic, or is it spreading across and able to bring the whole university together, more or less? We know that it is an impossible task to bring 100% of the community with you, but it is a sense of how the institution is capable of thinking about itself and questioning what it's doing and making changes in an agile way.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I am António Rendas. Now I'm based at the agency. But Andrée, it's always a pleasure to listen to you because you have such a broad experience and such a capacity to see through all these. My questions are very simple. The first one involves something that I believe you didn't mention, and I think it is vital for the program, is the follow-up visits, because it is the follow-up visits. So
yes.
when a team visits, then after a few years, and it is interesting to see how many institutions accept the follow-up visit. I'm a strong believer in progress reports, because in Portugal we're very good at the 10 minutes. It's the 10 years that count, I believe. So maybe you could broaden us in that aspect, right, because it's a very vital thing.
Yes.
The capacity to apply the recommendation to, after the team visits you, a few years afterwards, the effect of that and how people are accountable, yeah, in time, not just at the moment. My second question relates to a chronic problem that most of us have, is how can the academic staff be able to do all these tasks at the same time? It is a very important issue, and I believe that if we want really to tackle this on a very serious and profound way, we must support these new skills that all these people that have to teach, to research, and relate with these awful managerial people that give them a hard time, are able really to cope. And we definitely depend on them. So it's fantastic that we're going through this. I see this as a tremendous progress, because we are not relying on personalities. We are a little bit tired of the eminence approach to quality and to higher education. We are dealing exactly with institutional strengthening, and we need to have strong institutions. I'm sure that not a lot of people agree with me, because it's easier to progress through weak institutions, but unless we have strong institutions, I believe this is an incredible moment for Portugal to be able to go through this process. So maybe you could enlighten us on these aspects. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those two questions. And I would say just to rebound on the last point that you made, the question of strengthening the institutions is absolutely essential, and that's why I think the rectors' conferences are so important and can play a really important role. But you need to have strong conferences of rectors, and personally I don't know how they are staffed, but I will give you an example of the Irish University Association. When it had 7 universities, now it has grown to 8, but they had 7 universities and 19 staff in the conference. 19 staff who were working very diligently to develop the institutions and to support the institutions. That's a very, very important element, I think, of the whole edifice, But to go back to your questions, the follow-up, yeah, I didn't talk a whole lot about the follow-up because the IAP is a voluntary process. So we can only offer follow-up. And some universities do take us up on our offer. Aveiro, for instance, has undergone, I think, three or four times our evaluations, and there are other examples. But we have now, because it is a European requirement, we've set up some form of follow-up where we're asking the universities or the institutions to provide us with a progress report a year after. But this can be done differently. For instance, in Iceland, where I also am involved, we asked the universities to produce a midterm report, so a midterm during the cycle, and we are also, as a board, we go and see the universities every year. So we visit the university. It's a small system, 7 universities, not like in Portugal, so much harder to implement those kinds of things. But a national agency must have a follow-up process. There is no question about it, and you can have it in a supportive manner, but at the same time impose it as a requirement. With respect to the pressure on administrative staff, I think. I mean, point well taken. Those processes can become very managerial, very bureaucratic. I was once asked by EUA to do a study of how universities had developed internal quality processes. And one of my major questions was, okay, we're always criticizing the agencies for being very bureaucratic. But when the universities are given the choice of establishing internal quality processes, do they develop them in a non-bureaucratic way? And the answer was no. So you have to be careful about what you're doing. You can have really, this is where the best is the enemy of the good. And you must, I think, also pay attention to your administrative staff, because if you have administrative staff of quality, it's going to free the time that the academic staff is spending on those processes, and have them involved only when they are absolutely necessary, and not in in overly bureaucratic manner. So be lean and clean, and have the right people. And I know it's not easy. It's not easy, particularly in some of the countries I know best. The funding of institutions has been low, and of course you're going to be devoting more budget on your academic side of the house rather than the administrative side, but there has to be a balance in some ways. And about 10 years ago, there were researchers in higher education that started documenting the rise of professions in the university that were held by people with high academic degrees who were at the interface between administration and the academic side. And those positions are absolutely essential for the quality of the whole operation.
Okay, so
good morning.
I think that it will be the last question.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm the Military University Institute Commander, Antonio Pereira. And I'd like to put you a question, because you touch a point about the diversity of universities, and you mentioned specifically the military, we can say university or institutes. Yeah. And what I'd like to put to you as a question is exactly what is your experience and even a good practice you have already in the evaluation of these very specific institutes that are also very focused on the long life studies and tailor-made studies, exactly to try to face the changing world.
Well, I have to admit that I have limited experience with those. But as a citizen, looking at the military and at police, because I think we also need to include the police, the academic dimension of the training that you're providing is absolutely essential to the way that the military will serve the country, or the police will serve the country. And I'm thinking here very specifically about what happened in the US on January 6th, and how the military has reacted to these events, and the top brass, what they call the top brass, the generals in the US, how they mobilized to say, to take a stand, a very principled stand on their position in the country. And that, I think, comes with a very good education. So that's what I will say, I think. But I'm not really, the other two observations I have perhaps about those kinds of universities is that they tend to be very hierarchical and much easier to organize. And they tend to, at least in Europe, to be very international, because you have to be working with your peers at the European level or at the level of NATO. So it's really very interesting, actually, to see that, much more readily international than perhaps other institutions.
Thank you very much. Andrée. So thank you. And now we'll have a coffee break, short coffee break, outside. 15 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes, he said.
Então vamos prosseguir. Eu podia, fora do horário, okay, good morning again. I would like, first of all, to renew the welcome to all those who are attending this conference in person or remotely. We all already know the topic of today's meeting and the importance of comparing different perspectives and practices followed by our partners in the European Union in order to obtain all the information that allow us to keep an open mind for the complexity of institutional accreditation process. This objective explains why we invited to this event peers with such a deep knowledge and experience developed by our counterparts in France and Spain, represent here by their respective presidents, Professors Thierry Coulhon and Siles Molina. To begin with, I am delighted to introduce the first speaker of this session, Professor Thierry Coulhon. I will select just a few lines from your long CV. Professor Coulhon is currently the president of the High Council for Evaluation of Research and Higher Education. President of several French universities, like University of Cergy-Pontoise and University of Paris Sciences et Lettres. Director of Mathematical Science Institute of the Australian National University in Canberra, Australia, and Advisor for Education, Higher Education, Research and Innovation in the Cabinet of the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron. I remind you that the estimated duration of each communication is around 45 minutes, including 2 or 3 questions that we can accept in the end. So, Thierry, have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm thankful to João Guerreiro for the invitation, because I'm deeply convinced that one way for us national agencies to progress is to understand better what our counterparts do and have a closer interaction. Concerning Portugal, it's a long time since a fellow mathematician who did an evaluation for you told me you should look at them, they have very interesting procedures. So at last. I will start by 2 preliminary remarks. The first one is that our mission is to improve or to contribute to the improvement of the French higher education and research system by providing a picture of its strengths and weaknesses to those who decide, namely the institutions, the governing bodies, and the ministry. Which means, in some sense, we feel that our mission goes beyond quality assurance. The second remark is that we are not in a position to give lessons, but we are happy just to share the difficulties we encounter and the solution we explore. And I'll conclude these preliminary remarks by saying that there is absolutely no way I can tell you lies about the HCERES for 2 reasons. First, I've got a member of the college in the audience, Cristina Ghițulică, and second, the Secretary of State, dear Pedro, evaluated the HCERES recently for ENQA. So I've got to say the truth, or at least some kind of approximation to the truth. My team prepared an excellent set of slides, which I'm not going to follow entirely, and I hope I'll try to leave some space for discussion. So I'll try to tell you the positioning of the HCERES, the way it works, and shortly a word on our international experience. And I'll try to give you mainly facts and maybe a few comments. So HCERES is a comprehensive agency. It's relatively recent. It has been created in 2006. And as the AERS, there was an evolution in 2013. Well, let's say between us that the evolution of 2013 did not strengthen the agency, rather weakened it. But the more recent evolution in 2020 strengthened and expanded its missions. Well, the story of 2013 is that we were born under criticism. Well, there were discussions, as always in France, but let's hope we've reached an equilibrium. The governing board is 30 members. They are proposed, they are nominated by the minister and proposed by all the stakeholders of higher education and research. And how big are we? Roughly speaking, there is 100 administrative staff and 100 academic advisors. When I took the head of the agency in 2020, and frankly, before that, I thought that there were too many people, and in particular, too many academic advisors. I was wrong. I mean, they are underwater. And we have between 3,000 and 4,000 experts, and 12% of them are international. That's not enough. And we try to improve in this respect. So what do? We evaluate institutions. The two first squares are institutions, in fact. We evaluate programs and research units. Institutions, universities, but also institutions depending on other ministries than the higher education ministry, culture, agriculture, defense. This year, for the first time, we evaluate art schools. Previously, we evaluated their programs. We now evaluate them as institutions. Now we evaluate national research bodies. Next year, we evaluate CNRS. That's 3.6 billion euros budget and several dozens of thousands staff. And I could quote the big five, CNRS, INSERM about medical research, INRIA about digital sciences and technologies, INRAE about agroecology, and CEA about atomic energy and various applications. We evaluate programs, bachelor's, master's, PhDs, and we also evaluate research units. If you follow the French buzz or news, you will see that all discussions are concentrated on the evaluation of research, because as you know, researchers love to evaluate and to be evaluated. Rather, they love evaluating rather than being evaluated, but they know that's the name of the game. And so there is a lot of discussion, which is not, of course, it's not very new. Before 2006, the national research bodies used to evaluate their own teams. So the change is the fact that there is an independent agency. But people do not pay enough attention to the evaluation of institutions and the evaluation of education and training programs. Now we have other missions. before the creation of EURES and HCERES, there was a Science and Technology Observatory, which was an independent entity. Now it has been merged inside the HCERES, and their job is to do bibliometry and to provide bibliometric analysis at the level of institutions, but also at the level of the country. Recently, last year, they published a brochure on the state of research in France, the French position, which was extremely interesting and rather depressing in some sense, but, well, the truth may be hard. More recently, I guess in 2016, Minister Mandon, based on a report by Professor at Collège de France, Pierre Corvol, created an entity devoted to research integrity. And they asked HCERES to host it. It's extremely interesting that we have this additional mission. And finally, we have a European and international activity, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Now, that's not very, this is the organigram, and the important points are the 8 departments I just described. I described 7 of them, and the 8th one is the Digital and Data Department, which is not, it's not a support department. The head of each department is at the executive committee. So we consider that data, it's a political question. It's not only a technical question. So there are 8 heads of departments. They are the executive committee. We meet every week. And we've got the board, which meets 3-4 times a year, or rather 4 times. And there are also 2 advisory boards for the Observatory of Science and Technology and the Integrity Science, the Academic Integrity Office. I should point out something important. How to come back to the previous slides. The first line is very important. We are an independent public authority, and this started 1st January 2022, so it's extremely recent. It's a very long history. I mean, it was supposed to be more or less independent right from the start, but it was treated as a branch of the ministry. So we had access to this legal independence very recently, which means that the board votes a budget now. And in terms of human resources, we are independent from the ministry. Now, we are not only comprehensive in the sense that we evaluate institutions, research programs, but we are overarching in the sense that we are supposed to coordinate the activities of other agencies. And here, the story is that there are several scales, there are several time frames. The CTI is in charge of curriculae that lead to the title of engineer. As you know, it's a regulated profession, so there is a specific treatment. They have been created in 1934, so they were in the landscape way before we existed. The CFDG was created in the 2000s. It's in charge of business schools, most of them being private. And then the Universities Institute of Technology had their own evaluation instance or institution. And the Réseau Figure is an association in charge of new engineering programs within research universities. Let's say that the law is clear. We have this coordination mission. The decree is clear. We validate all evaluation procedures. Now the reality is, let's say, in progress. And now, how do we work? I still don't understand where is the... Well, we have principles. They are obvious. Independence, we take care of conflicts of interest. Transparency, we publish all reports. We try to provide equal treatment, and we do peer review, which means that we rely on committees of colleagues. And then, of course, we try to have professional ethics. So now, how does it work? There are lots of institutions, even more programs, lots of research units, and a few national research bodies. We work on a 5-year basis. Why is it so? Because the whole idea stemmed out the contract between the ministry and the institutions, which is a 5-year contract. I will come back on this later because it's important. So the theory is that we evaluate at the end of the year, and the 1st January of the next year, the new contract starts. And the contract is supposed to take into account our evaluation. So the country is divided in five waves or rounds. They are on this map. In concrete terms, what are we doing right now? Wave B is the west of France. It was supposed to take place in 2020 and 2021. In 2020, the institutions had a little bit more to do than to evaluate, to be evaluated. So we extended the wave. It lasted 2 full years. So currently, the reports are arriving and being published. Now, wave C, you see the blue, the east, and the south. For instance, we have University of Strasbourg, University of Marseille. The visits are currently taking place. The committees are working. And last Thursday, I launched Wave D, meaning the guidelines are ready. I gathered all, and they are, who are they? They are the Parisian institutions. So I had all the Parisian colleagues in front of me, and we explained what is going to change for this wave around, because and that's what I meant in the beginning, saying we have no lessons to give. I mean, we are in evolution and in progression, hopefully. Now, I've got to tell you more about, more than what is on this slide. How do we work? This is the theory, and the result was that the arrows did not exist, and that's what I'm going to explain to you. But in all 3 fields, how do we work in the same way? We have sets of guidelines. They are adopted by the college. We propose the college, and they tell they approve or not. Second, we listen to the institution's expectations, because this is what I'm going to explain to you in more detail. We decided to have a common set of guidelines, with a few exceptions, and then to adapt it to the institution. In an obvious way, there are some questions for a university or about the hospital. If it doesn't have a hospital, well, cross out the reference. But the institutions may wish to have a special focus on such and such strategy. So at the beginning of the process, this is what we are going to do from tomorrow on. We are going to meet the team of the HCERES with the teams of Sorbonne Université, of all institutions, to ask them about their strategic views, the points they want a special focus about. Third, we set up a committee for an institution, 6 to 12 people, several competencies, more administrative, more academic, foreigners, hopefully. And then they work on self-evaluation. And they write a self-evaluation document. Then there is a visit. And there was a huge discussion last year in France, because I dare say that it might be online sometimes for some small teams when there were more experts than researchers. So, but finally it was accepted. And in the end, the committee writes a report. About the committee, we have a call for applications. We try to make the hiring process transparent. Of course, the academic advisors know people, they give phone calls and whatever, but I want things to be fully transparent. Now, believe it or not, previously, there were, in last January, the report of the Université de Bordeaux was published. Last January. And I guess that the synthesis report on the research of Bordeaux will be published soon, which means that there was a huge gap, and which means obviously that in addition, the experts working at the institutional level were not aware of the work of those working on programs and research units. So this is what we changed in this wave C. And of course, that's extremely difficult in terms of process, because coming. It's a matter of being patient. This is not my main quality. So, in terms of process, it's terrible for the teams, because, of course, those working on programs and on research units have to finish earlier, way earlier, so that the committee working on the institution can take into account the reports. So, is there a way to show? So there is the self-evaluation report. They upload it in June. Now, the committees work on research units and on programs. The reports on research units go to the governing bodies, the university, the CNRS, or INSERM, or whatever, so that they can make their decisions. The programs evaluation go to the ministry because they do the accreditation or not. by the way, I could comment on the relevance of accreditation in a system of autonomous universities, but well, no comment. And then, I mean, in Aix-Marseille University, so many research units, nobody can take into account, read all the reports except the people concerned, but there is a synthesis on the research of University of Aix-Marseille or whatever, which is written, and same thing on the programs, undergrad, grad, PhD. And all this will be integrated in the institutional evaluation, and the final file will be issued. Now, how do we work as far as guidelines are concerned? Of course, since we want an integrated evaluation, we need to have an integrated guideline, sets of guidelines. First domain, strategy management. Second domain, research. Third domain, education. And now, of course, the set of guidelines for research units mirrors, set of guidelines for programs mirrors the third part of the guidelines for institutions. Now, let's give an overview of domain one. What is the positioning of the institution? How does it position itself locally, nationally, internationally? Then, what is the strategy? And then what are the means, the tools for management? That's an obvious plan. The structure is 3 domains, obvious, and inside there are standards. Globally, there are 17 standards. And inside the standards, there are criteria. The criteria are not, they do whatever they want, but they have to treat, of course, the domains and the standards. In the end, I'll finish by understanding how the way it works. It's an interesting process. Learning curve is very flat. Now, same thing about research. What is the scientific policy? How does it work in terms of resources and support? And we include, this is more recent, we include research integrity. Sustainable development is somewhere in the criteria, and the inclusion of science in society is there too. Let me say that the big discussion about research is, of course, I guess, as everywhere, the balance between qualitative approach and quantitative approach. This year, we have started something new. We ask research teams for a portfolio of their more interesting productions, and they choose, and we try to read them. As far as the education is concerned, I won't comment very much this slide. I will insist on the fact that recently we moved from an approach where programs would explain what they were doing, and that was some kind of a narrative, very apologetic. We moved from that to a more objective, evidence-based approach. So, who do you hire? Which students do you hire through Parcoursup? what is their access to the job market, and what you provide in between. And this is something we might discuss later, which is the question of data collection, which is a very difficult question, because we would like to have objective data and to have an evidence-based evaluation, but on the other hand, we want to stay simple, and we are probably still a little bit too heavy as far as research is concerned. So this year we simplified a lot the data we were asking. As far as education is concerned, we still have a proper balance to strike, since it's relatively new that we asked for data. Now, I won't comment very much on this slide, which is an example of two institutions and the remarks we made. What is the impact? Well, first, we have 2 years after the evaluation, a follow-up report. Frankly, I don't think it's the most important thing. What I think very important is that a committee, when they write a report, begin by saying there were 5 recommendations. The first one has been treated, the second one, no, the third one was not relevant, and so on and so forth. And believe it or not, this was not the case. Now it's the case in every report, and we try to follow the recommendations. But there is something else, namely the contract. You may know that in the 90s of the last century, the ministry introduced a 4-year, then a 5-year contract, and a part of the funding of the institutions was based on this contract. This slowly disappeared. I mean, formally there is still a contract, but there's not much money attached to it. The minister said that she wanted to revitalize the contract. And of course, we will do what we can to help. Namely, we want to provide the basis for negotiation between the ministry and the universities if the ministry is bound to again put money in the contract. So that's the main impact we may have. And another way we can have impact is to communicate about our reports, to publish them, to advise. They have always been published, but now we try to advertise them, namely to send them to local collectivities, to towns, to regions, to the press. And something I did from January on was to publish, in addition to the report, a 1-page letter of observations that I signed, where I summarize the opinion of the committee, and sometimes I address the ministry or the research bodies or the regions about things they could do, and we give recommendations. Now, this was about the process, and well, this is rather formal. I mean, what is important is not on this slide, and it's after the evaluation, the contract. But that's for the near future, hopefully. We act internationally, at least we try. So far, we were mainly evaluating programs abroad. And now we would like to move to more institutional evaluation. We did some, maybe not enough, and to evaluation of research. And we prepared new guidelines in this respect. Now, the main point is that in this respect, of course, we do accreditation. This does not have a legal basis. It's just our moral authority. But we distinguish between between an exploratory mission and properly an evaluation phase and then an accreditation phase, and we want to distinguish between the two. Now there is a map, but I do hope we are essentially in Europe, in Africa, and in Latin America. I do hope that we will set up clearer priorities and expand a little bit our activity. The main point here to emphasize is the fact, and of course you know that we will have to put into practice European approach. Namely, there will be a point where we will have to evaluate European universities, Erasmus degrees, that's already the case, and there will be a point where we will have to trust each other, which will not be very difficult, but our governments will have to trust each other, which might be a little bit more difficult. And we will have to devise ways to evaluate these European universities. And the way we see that, probably as you do, is that they are full universities in the sense that we've got to look at management, but also research and training. We have to consider them as full objects. Of course, there will be a balance between the overarching institutions and the national institutions that are members, which means that maybe in the end, all our national activities will, the balance between our national activities and European activities will be quite different from what it is now, but that's an interesting development for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Thierry. We now have time for 2 or 3 questions that Professor Ferreira Gomes, Universidade da Maia, tem a palavra. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. I have 2 little questions. First, on research, on evaluation of research. I understand that you expect researchers to do research. You are then going to see their outputs as publications and their impact. My question is whether you have also a process of evaluating the social and economic impact in the sense of the ref, of the English ref. Then second, for teaching, the evaluation process certainly goes and sees whether teachers are teaching. My question is whether you are able to look as whether students are learning anything and whether that learning is of any use for society. So on research, I guess that you check the first 2. I'm asking whether you check the third component. On teaching, I'm asking whether you check for the second and third component. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The reports of the HCERES can be improved. They have upsides and downsides. But I would say that one downside they do not have is that they are broad. They take, when you read the report on a research team, I will speak also about institutions after, but they take into account all missions. First, a research unit is supposed to give a profile, to describe its own profile. How much basic research, how much arbitrary to say 20% to this, 20% to that, but that helps us to devise the proper committees. And when I read a report on a research unit, I see that they are fair to every part of the activity. So I think this is not really a problem. And I would say something analogous on institutions. You've got the small art school and Aix-Marseille University. How can you, or the engineering school in a middle-sized town? Of course, they have very different strategies. When I read the reports, I see that the committees take into account the identities, the peculiar strategy, and the way they are, and the size they have, and the nature of their missions. So I guess it can be considered as a success in this respect, the way we take into account diversity. Now, as far as students are concerned, I do think that we can, there is a lot of progress to be made. We are a little bit too much formal. We check that the processes are in place. For instance, I read some reports on our collège doctoraux, the doctoral graduate schools, sorry. And I mean, we are going to change this, and as you've understood that I expect a lot from the reports that are going to appear next spring. But there were, the ones on graduate schools were completely formal. The processes are in place, yes, but what is the quality of the PhDs? So let me answer your question by saying that, by acknowledging that there is still progress to be made there. But this is what we are trying hard.
One more question. Well, if the audience don't want to put another question.
Yes, there's a, sorry, thank you. Hi, good morning. I work for A3ES. I was curious about that one-page summary that you said you write about the assessments that you do. Is the purpose for that to be sort of a decision-making document for students and their families, or is it more just an outreach kind of document? Thank you.
It's an outreach kind of document, in the sense that, yeah, that's the substance of the report in one page, with maybe, in the end, a general comment that maybe the ministry should take care of this or that, and so on. What you suggest is that we should make an effort to write reports that are more accessible to students and families. I don't think it can be completely direct. Maybe if we wrote reports that were accessible to the press, and the press would explain to the families, that would be already a step forward. But I do share your suggestion that our reports should also be accessible to a broader audience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Thierry. And I have another question. It's the last one because our time is running. Sorry.
I'm Anna Costa-Freitas. I'm from the University of Évora. I was just wondering, so you think that for making the institutional evaluation, you have to have the research evaluation and the program evaluation, and then a mixture of these two makes the institutional evaluation. Is this correct?
Not a mixture.
No, a mixture,
but incorporate them into a broader evaluation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Was just.
Yeah. I must say that not only it's terrible for the teams in terms of time frame, because the constraints are huge, but we will see how it works in real life. I mean, there are two nightmares. The committee on the institution just imports what was said by the previous committees without heading further thinking. The other pitfall would be the contrary. They don't take into account what was said before. So there is a balance of power, a balance of expertise. It's a very fine-tuning. We'll see. What I'm sure of was that the previous situation, namely working in parallel, was not productive enough.
Thank you.
We'll see. I'll tell you next year.
So thank you, Professor Thierry Coulhon. And now I'm delighted to pass the floor to the next speaker, Professora Mercedes Siles Molina. Buenos dias. Mercedes Siles Molina is Director of the National Agency for Quality Assessment and Accreditation in Spain, ANECA, Doctor in Mathematics, another one. We are in the middle of mathematics, and it's very interesting. By University of Malaga, member of a few associations, societies, and scientific centers, SIMPA, EMS, EWM, and a lot that we have not time to. Broad experience in the evaluation of study programs and research projects in Spain, Europe, USA, and South Africa. Please, Mercedes.
Thank you very much. Bon dia. Secretary of State of Higher Education, presidents and members of agencies, rectors, colleagues, many thanks for the invitation to participate in this international event on institutional accreditation. I have the same problem as my French colleague with the presentation. I'm here, okay. ANECA is an almost 20 years old agency. It is the national agency, it is public, and we evaluate and accreditate programs, institutions, and also persons at all levels to get a position at the university. We also are the technical body for the homologations and equivalencies of foreigners' titles. We are 80 people working in the agency, and we have more than 2,500 people collaborating with the agency. This means researchers, students, and professionals from Spain and also from abroad. Our activity is developed in Spain, but also abroad. We have an important international activity. I have divided my talk into the following parts. I will speak first about the European higher education area and Spain, then the beginnings of institutional accreditation in Spain. Third, the future, now present, of institutional accreditation. This means our program EQUAM. And finally, I will show you some numbers in Spain. Concerning the European higher education area, EGEA, and Spain, this goes along. I'm not touching, so could you put the diapositive 3, please? Thank you very much. But three means number 3, not the. The follow. This one. Thank you very much. Okay. So the criteria and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area are applicable both to teaching programs, this means degrees, and institutions, centers, and universities. In order to implement the EGEA, most countries opted for a model of institutional quality assurance, while in Spain, our Royal Decree 1393, published in 2007, establishes the organization of official university education. A 3-stage degree-by-degree quality assurance model was chosen in that case, with the emphasis on academic security. This has 3 steps. First, ex-ante accreditation. This means verification of the curricula. Second step, from the verified curricula. And 3, renewal of accreditation after 6 years of bachelor's and doctoral degrees and after 4 years for master degrees. 8 years later, in 2015, there is a Royal Decree on Creation, Recognition, Authorization, and Accreditation of Universities and University Centers, which describes the degree-by-degree quality assurance model as a costly process in its implementation by universities and agencies, which must undertake the assessment procedures resulting from it. The next one, please. As for the beginning of institutional accreditation, is number 2. This is the following one. Well, okay, you can hear me, and we will see what happens. Concerning the institutional accreditation, the more efficient formula is the model of institutional accreditation, thank you, of university centers introduced by the Royal Decree published in 2015 as an option for the university, which results in the renewal of accreditation of all the official degrees taught by the center, while maintaining the university's option to keep a degree-by-degree accreditation model. The institutional accreditation of university centers is based on the certification of the implementation of its internal quality assurance system, and also maintains the 3 phases I described before. The initial institutional accreditation requires certification in accordance with a process in line with the protocol established by the General Conference on University Policy. This is our audit programs, and the renewal of the accreditation of half of the degrees it offers. The ENQA certification protocol was approved in November 2017, and the instructions for initial institutional accreditation in March 2018, when the institutional accreditations of centers began. Renewal of institutional accreditation will take place after 5 years according to a procedure in line. Next, please. Thank you. Very recently, the Ministry of Universities has launched 2 royal decrees in relation to institutional accreditation and university centers, and teaching and quality assurance. The first one, 640, published in 2021, is the Decree on the Creation, Recognition and Authorization of Universities and University Centers and Institutional Accreditation of University Centers. This leaves the door open to an internal quality assurance system for the entire university, not center by center. And the other royal decree, the 822, published in 2021, establishes the organization of university education and the procedure for quality assurance, and reinforces this commitment to institutional accreditation, streamlining and making more transparent and efficiently the procedures for verification. This means ex-ante accreditation, modification, monitoring, and renewal of the accreditation of official degrees for institutionally accredited centers. Next one, please. Concerning the institutional accreditation of institutions, we think that the system is mature enough to have it. The preamble of the aforementioned Royal Decree sets out the 2 key principles of quality assurance in the university system. The first one is the duty of public authorities to ensure the qualities of universities under the parameters of rationalization and simplification of procedures, their efficiency and viability, giving weighting to their proposals and transparency in all processes. Second, co-responsibility in the management and warranty of quality, in which authorities, quality assurance agencies, and universities must participate. This co-responsibility is based primarily on the process of institutional accreditation, centered on the recognition of the capacity to warranty the academic quality of the internal systems that universities and centers have in place for this purpose. This recognition is certified by the quality assurance agencies in our country. The Article 5.7 of the Saint Royal Decree speaks about the internal quality assurance systems which must be certified by the National Agency for Quality Assessment and Accreditation, this means ANECA, or other agencies created by the law of the autonomous regions in whose territory the university has been established. The ICAS of the university or center must report on its own lifelong learning degrees with master degrees status. EQA certification is a requirement. Next, please. Thank you. EQA centers to universities. The ICAS model to be certified is a requirement for the institutional accreditation of a center and may be a specific ICAS of the center or an ICAS of the university which is applied specifically in each of the centers. The university ICAS is responsible for monitoring the institutional accreditation of its centers. This is established in Section 4 for the Protocol for the Assessment Procedure for the Renewal of Institutional Accreditation of University Centers. Institutional accreditation of centers is focused on the certification of the university's ICAS, can be regarded as a first step towards the institutional accreditation of universities. The first one, please. We have started with this program, with EUA Programme, Enhancing Quality Assessment and Management, and with this program, ANECA aims to move towards the institutional accreditation of universities through the certification of the university's ICAS. To this end, it has launched this program, which takes advantages of ANECA's experience in the Erasmus Plus EUA project we have developed in several countries as Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, Latin America, etc. The program covers all university functions. This means teaching, research, and transfer of knowledge, combined with all aspects of sustainability. This means social, environmental, and governance, in a model that is in line with the strategic objectives and institutional commitment to excellence of each university. The following one, please. The criteria and guidelines for quality assurance in the European knowledge area are observed, and a comprehensive assessment is carried out in conjunction with all ANECA assessment programs. All the information for the assessment carried out by ANECA on the university, institutions, centers, degrees, and people, together with all the information available in the Integrated University Ministry. The following one, please. These are the three axes of the evaluation we used. The first one is relative to programs. This means we pay attention to persons, title, and institutions. The following one. The second one pays attention to functions. This means teaching, research, and transfer of knowledge. And the third one, thank you, we take into account sustainability, social, environmental, and governance. This is the cube of quality of our program EUA. The following one, please. This means that we pay attention to all of them, and we focus, when we consider persons, we focus on teaching, research, and transfer of knowledge, and also we pay attention to social, environmental, and governance, the people, institutions, or titles that do. The following one. So the idea is to, as I said before, we evaluate programs and we evaluate institutions, and on the other hand, we evaluate people at the different stages of their careers. And this means that we need a complete view, putting everything together and observing what an institution does. The following one, please. Okay, thank you. Concerning numbers in Spain, here you can see that we have 84 universities in Spain, 50 of them are public and 34 are private. We have, concerning university students, the following one. Thank you. We have more than 1 million university students. Most of them are undergraduates. We have, here are the numbers in universities, master programs, in doctoral programs. Concerning official university degrees, we have 4,786 official university degrees, bachelor degrees, master's degrees, and doctoral programs. And we have 1,633 university centers, 1,000 schools and faculties, 544 university research institutes, and 52 doctoral schools. When João invited me, he told me to explain which are the numbers, which is the comparison between doing institutional accreditation or not doing that. So this is the work we can avoid if we do institutional accreditation. Accrediting centers is 1/3 of accrediting qualifications, because we have the media in our centers is three titles for each in each center. The following one, please. An easy account is no. Okay. If we accredit 1,633 centers, this means 1/3 of accrediting 4,786 qualification. And the real account is 2018, when the procedure started, to September 2022. And this is only an 11% of all of them. So this is the real situation. And we hope that with our program, with our EUA program, we have started this pilot with a dozen of universities to do the institutional accreditation. This means we evaluate the internal quality system for the whole institution, and then we ask them what they want to do. This means if they want to use micro-credentials, if they are interested in integrity, in academic integrity, or in environment issues, or in different things. So this is our point of view, and we will finish this pilot next year around April, and we will be able to evaluate them. And our idea is to establish this program next year. So I think finally, I would like to close my speech by stressing the importance of moving towards the achievement of a certified internal quality assurance system. Each higher education institution must develop its own method, and it must make sure it does so with quality. Institutional accreditation ensures this, and the EUA model helps it to go further, as far as it wants to go, along the path of sustainability. The mission of the quality agencies, the mission of ANECA, is to help them to achieve their objectives. Last one, please. Thank you very much.
So we can thank you, Mercedes, and we can turn the floor to the audience to a few questions about this presentation.
Hello, Isabel Soares, the Institute of Social and Political Science of the University of Lisbon. Good morning. I saw in one of your slides that you have a royal decree saying that one of your goals is the simplification of the assessment criteria, or how universities have their processes of management of quality. Are there any guidelines towards this simplification? Anything more objective that the institutions can follow? That would be my first question. And the second question would be, what deliverables or quantifiables are there for the knowledge transfer that we have been listening to throughout the morning? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The first one, the answer is yes. There are guidelines. You can find them in our webpage. So it's not the ministry who develops the guidelines, are the agencies who develops following the European standards. So you can send them in our webpage. And concerning the question of transfer of knowledge, in our country, I have explained that we evaluate people, the careers of people, but we also evaluate research and transfer of technology. We have the so-called sexenio. Sexenio means 6 years. So we evaluate every 6 years of research for people, not only in universities, but also in research centers. And we evaluate following several criteria that they must fulfill. And in 2018, there was a pilot experience concerning transfer of knowledge, and we have, if I remember well, we had more than 17,000 of applications of people that they consider they did transfer of knowledge, and I evaluated them. And now we have a more concrete view about what people in Spain, in our universities and in our research centers consider, which is transfer of knowledge. After this year, the law of science, there is the Ministry of Science has a new law, has established a new law, has approved a new law. And related to this new law, we'll started the evaluation of the transfer of knowledge. And after this experience I have said, we have a more concrete idea, and we have defined more concrete criteria about what means doing transfer of knowledge. And this refers to people. And on the other hand, we speak to our universities to ask them what they consider is transfer of knowledge. Our universities, we speak to research centers, we speak with researchers and with all the stakeholders to have a concrete idea about what is transfer of knowledge.
Another question? We have time for 1 or 2 questions. But it's very interesting to compare the systems and models with our counterparts in different parts of the European Union, and that we all take a view. And for instance, research, we don't have that responsibility. It's a different system, more complex. You can, in France, in Spain, concentrate all the fields and well, can I see another question? Someone that, or maybe we are time for lunch. We are all invited. Sorry that all of that follow us remotely. We cannot have lunch with us, but we come back around 2:15. So thank you very much, Mercedes, for your speech.
And now, can you hear me? Yes, you can? Yes, just give me a second. You can see our image and you can hear my voice, right? Yes, I have to just do one thing here. Can you speak, please?
Yes.
Yeah, we have your sound here on the room.
Okay.
Yeah. You can hear my voice and you can hear also. And now
I will try to move to the next slide. Does it work on your screen?
yes, trends and challenges to question and answer since 2015, right? That's it.
That's fun.
And now trends and challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the animation?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll keep it like that.
And now you can see the room.
I can indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. Just yes. I'll ask you to keep the first slide. And,
yes.
And then when we start the presentation, we'll put it live. Okay.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, okay. See you then. Bye. 20 minutes. Okay, fine.
So, good afternoon. Oops. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No?
Yes, you should be hearing me.
Are you listening? No? Yes?
I am. I can hear you well.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for your participation, for those present and those following us remotely. We will now take it will be Lucien Bollaert. We are going to listen to Lucien Bollaert. His presentation is already there. I'm going to tell you quite briefly, Lucien Bollaert is an independent international quality assurance expert. He's a former member of the Accreditation Organization of the Netherlands and Flanders for 2 mandates. He was also a former member of the European Consortium for Accreditation for 2 terms. He's a former rector also of the University College of West Flanders, a member of working groups from ENQA and ECAR, a member of the Quality Assurance Board at Ghent University, and also a leading international quality assurance expert in the World Bank project. I would like to add also that he has a manual for internal quality assurance in higher education that should be the interest of those that are all interested in quality assurance. So, thank you so much, Lucien. I see that you are already in. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. We are eager to listen to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, I think so.
Okay. So I'm sorry I can't be with you today in Lisbon. At least I hope the weather is better than here in New York. And I wish you all a good morning, or of course a good afternoon. I hope you have enjoyed a quick lunch and the conference so far. I've just had my breakfast around the corner. And first of all, I wish to thank the organizers to have invited me and to have given me the opportunity to share with you my insights on this quite challenging subject, which indeed is very close to my career in quality assurance, which is of course the switch from program level to institutional level, and which I happen to have introduced in 2016 in Flanders, but also met with it as a member of the Irish QQA Strategy and Standards Committee, as an international panel member of, indeed, institutional accreditations. And by the way, as a member of the Quality Assurance Board of Ghent University, I will be interviewed by a panel next week for the institutional accreditation. So it's quite a long and challenging story, and I want you to tell. So I rather quickly run through all these chapters, but don't bother about the slides and the texts and indeed the references, because I was notified that all the details, the complete text and the footnotes will be available and published in a long article that I sent to the organizers in the proceedings. So allow me first to set a bit the scene from 2015 onwards. Of course, 2015, the ministerial conference in Yerevan of the European higher education area approved the second version of the European standards and guidelines, or the so-called European standards and guidelines, in which the link was clear between QA and the strategy, in which the student-centered teaching and learning and assessment was focused on for the first time, where the stakeholders model, both in the institutions and in the agencies, was updated, as well as working with learning outcomes and the fact that all the documents and the decisions should be public. But then in 2015, we were also confronted already for a decade with the international rankings. International rankings that primarily base themselves on bibliometric research, but then went further on and more also tried to introduce the quality of education, but they were primarily based and still are on reputation. But linked to that, we also have around that time the introduction of metrics and underlying quantitative indicators. It was first used, if I remember well, by TAXA, the Australian agency, in the so-called risk approach. It was also used, of course, in various research excellence frameworks like in Germany and in the UK. And then in the UK as well, we have the teaching excellence framework, which has been and still up to today has been a subject of quite some debate. But again, there, the stress is rather on compliance instead of on enhancement. And then the important, let's say, extension of the output of quality and quality assurance to impact, where various dimensions have been introduced, one of them being employment versus employability, of course, but on the other hand, also the famous Sustainable Development Goals of the UNESCO and the United Nations, and in which there is no difference made, which is accepted in scientific research, between output, outcome, and impact. The difference being the length of the terms in which those effects become visible. So output are the rather immediate effects, outcome are middle term, while impact are only referring normally to the effects that can become visible in long term. And that's why, or at least the most important reason, why it's difficult to measure them. But I will expand on that further on. Now, by the way, quite quickly, since the introduction of the Sustainable Development Goals, there have been developed various rankings, one of them being the Cambridge one with 320 indicators, imagine. And another quite famous one is, of course, the University Impact Ranking of Times Higher Education, with various conferences each year. Then the paradigm shift that we will be dealing with today is, of course, the one from program to institutional level. As I said, I'm one of the founding fathers of that switch in Flanders. And the first reason was that the universities wanted to have less administrative burden. The question is whether they have got it nowadays. What is sure, though, is that out of the data of the impact of that switch, it is clear that all universities in Flanders at the moment, and we are in the second cycle or round today, they have the feeling that they have more ownership on their own quality and quality assurance, which is, of course, a very important dimension, which, again, I will be dealing with further on. The second round of nowadays, and again, next week I will be interviewed for that, but on the other side of the table, that is that there is a switch away even from standards as in Ireland and as in some Nordic countries of Europe, where they depart from a kind of trust and want to listen to and understand the story of the university itself. The question there is, how compatible are those accreditations still with the European standards and guidelines, since there are no standards anymore? That is also something for further on. I will end with a last current topic of today. So there you see some countries in which that debate is going on, as has been told by the other countries on the conference and in Portugal. Last week, the whole subject of the micro-credentials, their impact and the quality assurance framework that could be used in order to guarantee the micro-credentials quality. And only last week, the subgroup on quality and quality assurance of the Bologna follow-up group published their first draft of a quality assurance framework on the micro-credentials, which is called Microbol. And still, as is clear, all those challenges, all those paradigm shifts have been inserted also in the debates on the level. Already in 2009, ENQA published this workshop report on this topic. And in the same year, it also published another report on the current trends, while exactly in the same year, it was also subject of the yearly European Quality Assurance Framework. So, having said that global scene a bit, what I see globally is that there is a consensus growing on the features of quality assurance in higher education at the moment. And these are, most of them I guess you know, I just quote here from one of my reports to the World Bank. Indeed, there needs to be a link between quality assurance, certainly internal quality assurance, and the vision, the mission, and the strategy, let's say the profile of the university. Secondly, it is the university itself that should have the autonomous responsibility of the quality of its provisions, and there needs to be a kind of shared concept of what quality really means. The extension of the output towards societal impact I have already dealt with. On the other hand, it should not be forgotten that at least the quality of education can only be generated in the triangle of which the corners are the learner, the teacher, and the learning environment. And there is indeed then the need of a balance, at least of internal quality assurance between the institutional and the program level. Next to that, in quality assurance, a systemic methodology with cycles, with procedures, with frameworks, with indeed qualitative and quantitative data, and not only quantitative ones. There is the growing acknowledgement that whatever we are talking about, that quality is always contextual and that it is always changing, and that there is a dimension, whether we know that dimension or not, because it is mostly partly hidden, that there are underlying principles and values under each quality system, and indeed, that is the short definition of what a quality culture is supposed to be then. So also that dimension is more and more envisaged. Last but not least, there is a sharing of internal and external stakeholders that is needed. There is the link between internal quality assurance, which normally should be focusing on enhancement and improvement, while the external quality assurance is more focusing on accountability. But there is clearly an interrelationship and quite often many links, for example, in the frameworks. Last but not least, those frameworks, their procedures, the systems and the results, the reports should be public, and underlying all those changes, there is a paradigm shift that is centered around the dimension of trust. Whether that trust is earned or proven is another question, but what we see in most of the countries is that before switching to institutional level and institutional accreditation, there is at least already one cycle or even more cycles that have run on program level. Now, to understand each other well, maybe very shortly share our meaning of quality and quality assurance. Most of you will know that out of literature research, there are 5 concepts accepted. You see them here in the table, and there they are most of the time linked with also concept of quality assurance. What is important is that in most universities, some of those concepts are living next to each other, and sometimes they also differ from category of stakeholder. For example, what we have seen in the UK after the introduction of the teaching excellence framework, we saw that most of the students changed from fit for purpose to value for money, because it was at the same time that the tuition fees in the UK were increased to very high costs. On the other hand, most universities are rather on the side of the last definition, the transforming definition, in which quality assurance focuses on enhancement, acknowledging quality culture, and empowering all participants. So those are the so-called 5 phases. No, sorry, not yet. But that's a comparative table of the early opinions on quality and quality assurance and the new ones. The central words are there in the new visions on quality, that quality is relative and is always changing, that not one standard is dominant, but there are many aspects in quality assessment, that the starting point is not the university, but the stakeholders' needs and the services, that it is not the reality and responsibility of the so-called quality unit or the quality office or quality assurance office, but indeed it is everybody's business in combination, of course, with the accountability. So I came up with a kind of very easy definition of quality, which says that it is the added value between input and output. Now that sounds very easy, but it's quite complicated in practice and very much complicated to change, to enhance, and also to measure. Anyway, on the two levels we are talking about today, on institutional level, that could mean that it is the added value between a university's mission and its results, and that this should be realized through strategy. On program level, it is the added value between the learning outcomes of the incoming student, which are not, by the way, the intended learning outcomes, and on the other hand, through the educational processes, which are quite complicated, within that triangle that I have already mentioned, the added value through the processes to the achieved learning outcomes really achieved by the outgoing student. If you want to put it in a diagram, it's something like that. The transformation of the added value between input towards output through processes. On educational level, mission, strategy, and realizations. On the program level, incoming learning outcomes. Then student-centered or student-centered or student active learning, and the really achieved learning outcomes. But this, again, is not a straight line, a kind of constructivistic line. No, it is a waved line, a winding road with a lot of returns, with bounds, with turns, not necessarily U-turns, but it's not a straight line for sure. Dealing with quality assurance, you have the systems, the methodology that is used, or a model, various tools such as surveys, but also the stakeholder meetings, and you have the underlying, partly hidden principles, values, and beliefs, which again form quality culture. And this all, as far as education is concerned, in that so-called triangle of learner, teacher, and learning environment. Not to be forgotten, if you look even at the triangle and all the stakeholders being involved in quality assurance, I guess that it is a kind of total quality management. We shouldn't underestimate, for example, the rewarding in human resource management of the university of those academics and those students, and indeed those external stakeholders that engage themselves in the quality assurance system. And all this changing, continuously changing in the kind of globalized world we're living in, and with the extension towards impact. So it's quite a complicated diagram, although the definition itself is easy. About quality assurance, here is a so-called definition inspired by ISO. I know that's one of the systems that is quite often used in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The important thing is that each quality assurance is a systemic management approach in order to measure and manage the qualitative results or output of the educational and research processes. But that means that it is a management approach. The heart of the matter is not whatever QA system it's the quality that should be the effect of it. And that is sometimes quite often forgotten, sometimes by the Quality Assurance Office at the university, and quite often also by the national or international quality assurance agency. And then suddenly we were taken by surprise in that globalized world by, I guess, 4 things I would like to mention here. The first is the 4th Industrial Revolution, which of course, and you have the kind of defining diagram here, is quite a challenge. And out of this came the so-called dimensions of the 21st century, the new needs, and the so-called 21st century competences or learner. And I heard very early this morning that I think it was the president of the agency, the first speaker, who referred to the very recent OECD publication, how higher education really teaches the learner to critical thinkers. And the publication of the report, by the way, is not that positive. So it's quite a challenge. The second item, we were all taken by surprise, more or less, although of course the Rome report dates from the 70s, was the climate change. You see some measurements here, and I know that quite some universities are becoming more and more conscious of the challenge of the climate, and so they organize whatever, and they are looking at the ecological footprints of their infrastructure. But I think there is more and more coming. It's again a question of transformation, not only in infrastructure, not only in the use of materials, just like paper and so on, but also, and more so, in research, which focuses then or orients towards interdisciplinary, and of course more and more, as you can see an article here, into the courses themselves. So we are invited more and more also in international conferences. The third one was of course the COVID pandemic, which caused a kind of panic-like move towards online learning almost completely. And of course the challenge is now that the pandemic is indeed a bit lower, and thanks to that in the United States at the moment, or in New York. But we have to look now into a strategic kind of efficient, but also most effective process of providing education to the learner, listening to the learner, him or herself. Because nowadays, for example, at Ghent University, in the beginning, in the middle of last academic year, we were confronted with empty auditorium after the return of the offline lectures again. So it's quite a strategic item again. And last but not least, yes, we are in the middle of quite hard geopolitical tensions. In that globalized world, that means that we are not only organizing education for the refugees or organizing activities in order to help Ukraine or the Middle East or wherever. And you can see that, again, as with the climate change, the geopolitical tensions, not only the Russian aggression in Ukraine, are more and more entering the curricula and indeed our courses. So, confronted with those items by which we were more or less taken by surprise, we went, as already said, to the online learning and indeed online quality assurance. I'm not going to deal with that in extension. You see the cons and the pros here. I have mixed feelings with my experience of online internal as well as external quality assurance, and you can see that there in fact are more cons. But what is central is that both at the universities and at the external panels, it's harder, let's say, to have a real team building online. It's harder to have a deeper communication online than offline. So here as well in the United States, there is a whole debate going on at programs or indeed at subjects, or whether it should be like on the left side, institutional. And again, I think that both are linked, and as you can see with those lines, maybe it is only a question of perception of the opposition, and that they are quite running and meeting each other in the middle. So, the real paradigm shift underlying, I think, is about trust. It's about the degree of trust within the university when we are talking about quality and quality assurance, and certainly between the external quality assurance and the quality that is provided by the universities. Most of the time, we can say that we can base ourselves on a trust that is earned after the cycles of external quality assurance on program level. But we have to trust, I guess, the universities. We have to trust them that they can take and that they are the responsibility and that they are able not only to formulate their own mission and strategy, but also realize it, although partly. In fact, I don't know of any university, at least public university, that doesn't do well and in which the academics are not eager to give the utmost quality in their courses and their research. It is a kind of DNA that we feel. But on the other hand, of course, there are universities that don't reach the threshold as set on international level. And the latest trend is the use, as you can see in the last line, of the kind of appreciative approach. Now that is important when we start in quality assurance from indeed the vision, the mission and the strategy. I come to that in a moment. So, I have two slides in which I tried, partly based also on research, my own research and that of my students, to enlist in maybe too much black and white, the comparison between institutional review, I want to call it review, and not only accreditation, and program review. The positive items are in green with a plus, the negative are with a minus in front, and in blue. The challenges, wait a moment. No, the challenges are in blue, the negatives are in red. And so what you see and what is central here is that when you start from an institutional review, indeed you link it with the university's profile. The challenge is that you start assessing the mission and the strategy of the university. Because more and more I think that it is the right starting point, but that the real assessment is about the alignment of mission, strategy, policies, educational processes, research processes, and their extension into quality assurance and societal impact. So this already is a challenge. Certainly, when we only focus on the so-called key performance indicators, so the strategic indicators, and certainly when we only take metrics. While of course the institutional profile can be completely lost on program level. Another important contradiction could be that you focus indeed on the goals that the institution sets itself without really assessing the strategy, while on program level, of course, and that has always been the attitude of the students, there is the real life, there is that triangle, and there are also the immediate educational results, the achieved learning outcomes, and their link with employability. So, in between the two slides I have as table, comparative table, I want to go deeper into some elements. And working again on those cycles and the earned trust, I tried to distinguish 5 phases of quality assurance management and their possible results, as you can see on this slide. The first one being quality as a result of a very individual commitment, which most of the academics, I think, still think have. Through systemic and process thinking in quality assurance, of which you can say that most of the time the quality, at least the minimum quality, is met. Through the outward, being outward oriented, which we are tended to move towards with the impact dimension. And then of course, we are invited by our international colleagues to work together. But what is important is that in those phases, you have a trend from inward looking to outward looking, and you have a trend from external control to internal motivation, which is, I guess, and with the dimension of the quality culture as well. And I guess that it is only after, when most of the universities have reached the third phase, that you can switch from program level to institutional level. This is my second comparative table between institutional and program level. And the central word again, or central words are in the column of the institutional review, that it is linked to the development of indeed an institutional quality culture, because when the external assessment is on institutional level, the university itself should organize a kind of external quality assurance on program level. That means that they have to bring in external stakeholders, and that also means that you have the possibility of a most important growing ownership of the quality assurance itself, indeed starting from its mission, but ending with the engagement towards the external world. And last but not least, if you have the international network, which most of the universities or higher education institutions have, of course, you have the important possibility of strategic benchmarking. So not only benchmarking on program level with subjects, courses, and curricula. And I know that, of course, with the current European university alliances recognized and sponsored by the European Commission, there you have an enormous possibility of bringing in the external view on program level within the institutional internal quality assurance. So here again, I return to my complicated diagram. Most of the time, the internal stakeholders and the external ones are identified now in the global framework. As you can see in the two rounds here, more and more even, and certainly with fresh students, also parents are taken along. And more alumni become important. But what we see is that, and you can see it move, the external stakeholders from former times become involved in the internal quality assurance as kind of external views on program level. So, as I said, most of the time the stakeholders are already identified, but then again, the new ones, more and more, are the alumni, are employers and civil society, and are indeed, and I come to that in a moment again, international peers or so-called critical friends that we know from research or experts that can come in internal quality assurance. And at Ghent University, we're doing it. Now, the challenge, of course, is the independence of those international peers from the left, where when they are already board or council members, there is a minor independence to, of course, the double-blind experts that review research, which are most independent. But in the middle, you have the so-called critical friend, which I think is very useful also to introduce on program level within the institutional review. So that is a good practice that we have developed in Ghent University, at least some faculties. Each 4 years they have a pre-conference, and what they do is they invite 3 international peers the day before, and they are already prepared by surveys that were sent around to them, and then they look at these surveys, they analyze them, and they have in-depth interviews with the external critical friends on program level. And I think that could be very healthy, because as with the rankings, I'm not in favor of a quality assurance that makes a distinction between education and research. I very much am in favor of bridging those two and do away with the international rankings, as is done more and more, and as will also be done as I looked at the standards in Portugal in the coming institutional areas. Because more and more, as you know, research is rethought. It's not only a matter of bibliometrics. It's not only a matter of the so-called journal impact factor, but more and more we see that research itself, due to the rising of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, is changing. And I would like to refer to ERA, so the European Research Area, and only last week and this week there will be a conference, but only last week their new framework, their steps towards changing research assessment has been published, and of course they're very much in favor of open research, but they're also one of the steps that they have formulated in the journey on the reforming of research assessment is that we should do away with international rankings that only take into consideration bibliometric data. So I come almost to the end. Important to engage all stakeholders in a kind of co-creation in the new kind of internal quality assurance, which can be developed within institutional review, enhancement and evidence-based, and with the use of the so-called critical friends. Oh yes, I'm going to run through quality culture. I think, as I said, it's very important, but this is not about quality culture, of course. Just let me refer to two publications, how we can improve quality culture, or at least influence it. That's one publication by the University of Twente in collaboration with the University, the Center of Higher Education Governance at the University of Ghent. And here are their 4 recommendations. Again, you see that leadership is important. So we are on the level of strategy. Blended leadership, also leadership on program level. Resources are important. Communication and, as I already said, the recognition, the rewarding of teaching and learning activities and the engagement of academics and students and external stakeholders in quality assurance. This is a quite recent PhD at the University of Maastricht, also dealing with quality assurance, and there they go around the same line. It's leaders of the futures that we need, of the future. It's a policy of the university in the forefront, and it's trying to share in ownership the quality culture. Again, a good practice at Ghent universities. At Ghent University, we, in 3 years' time, we ourselves, within the internal quality assurance, assess 120 programs. And we do it on 3 standards, the last one precisely being quality culture, which we defined as the ability to be self-critical and to self-assess. So we used 3 kinds of sub-criteria. First of all, the performance of the policy board or a council on program level, which is a council that unifies academics, standards, students, administrative people, and alumni. The second sub-criterion is the involvement and the engagement of those internal stakeholders. The third one, the detection of points of attention in their self-assessment, and the innovative approach of points of attention to improve. I hope this can help you. I finish with, well, I had a look, and apologies not having read framework that will be used in the coming institutional accreditation in Portugal. But you recognize, I guess, the 5 standards. Some comments on them, again, about strategy and governance. I don't think that you have to assess the strategy and governance itself. It's about the alignment between strategy, governance on one side, and then all the internal processes, quality assurance, and their output. Of course, there is education and teaching, very much like the insertion of research and transfer of knowledge. I think this is action, as I already told, I'm trying to bridge those 2 most important dimensions of higher education. But again, I think there is a pitfall here, or more pitfalls. I think it's nothing to do with assessment of each research project. I think it is more to do, or it has more to do, with the assessment of the research policy, of the managerial processes, of how the stakeholders are involved, and also what the impact is. So it's not about each research project itself. And of course, the transfer of knowledge is also about, or also refers to the impact. Most important, I think it has also to do with the profile, because education and teaching, and on the other hand, research and transfer of knowledge are 2 of the 3 most important, if not of the 3 themselves, dimensions in the mission of, or the definition of higher education. And it also has to do then with in which way education is embedded in research, or the other way around, linked to the kind of modes that you see and that are written in the policy of the university. Do we have the so-called basic research, most importantly? Do we have the applied research? Do we have the extreme modes of research that are recognized and described in the Frascati manual of the OECD, which, by the way, is being reviewed at the moment. There will be more modes introduced in the next version. Again, internationalization and cooperation is, of course, most important. But in fact, it is, or it should be part of the strategy and the governance, so standard 1 and its outcome. But nevertheless, I guess it is important. It is also important to look at the benchmarking opportunities, as I told you before, within the international networks. Resources. Well, again, the pitfall is here that you need critical mass, of course, and you need enough resources to realize your strategy and to develop a robust quality assurance system. But I guess it's more to do with the policies the rewarding of the persons that are engaged in quality assurance, the allotment, the rewarding of academics in their tenure career path when they engage in the governance of the university, the rewarding of students, giving them credits, for example, when they engage within the quality assurance or within quality assurance boards or governing boards. And what I was quite surprised by in the new framework, that there is no standard about internal quality assurance or its system. Because in most frameworks on institutional level, this is really the focus and the heart of the matter. And then that also there is no, the dimension of quality culture, at least not on the level of standards, is written down, although of course it can be part of the first standard. But I guess that the ability of being self-critical, of being self-reflective, and of being innovative in quality is quite substantial. So I come to some conclusions. Indeed, maybe it's time for change, not only for the sake of change, but because the context and the paradigms, underlying paradigm shifts are that important at the moment. And I would like to refer to one of my favorite books by Simon Sinek, in which he writes that you can only earn trust by sharing the values and the beliefs, which is of course the organizational culture. And maybe it's best not to start with what you want, but why you want that particularly, how you can realize it, and then at the end asking what has been realized. So this is in a nutshell my story of quality and quality assurance, starting from the vision, through leadership and indeed governance, into kind of building learning communities and learning networks, and ending with a continuous drive towards enhancement or improvement, which can best be done by analysis, and that is then the quality assurance system and method, but also by being critical and reflection. So the most important thing is in quality assurance, the lesson learned. What have we learned in our experimentation of working on quality, of working on improvement, which are still the heart of quality assurance, which is contextual in all kinds of ecosystems, up to the geopolitical ones, and more international and outward looking. But then again, although we have a European framework, although we more and more on global level accept a kind of features of quality assurance frameworks, there's not one size that fits all. And I hope it doesn't become an administrative burden again, but it is. Item for debate, for talking to each other offline and of self-reflection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucien, for your excellent presentation. We we thank you so much. So we don't have time now. I'm sorry to comment. Just if we have one comment from the floor, no? Okay, then we have to thank you, Lucien, for you. Stay with us, please, because we have another presentations and a round table.
I know.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have to switch to YouTube, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and all the best.
All the best for you too.
Bye-bye.
So I'm giving the floor now to Cristina Ghițulică. Cristina Ghițulică is Vice President and member of the Council of Romanian Agency for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, also Vice President of European Association for Quality Assurance, ENQA, in higher education, of course. She is external evaluator and member of the Distance Education Experts Permanent Commission since 2009. She is also a member of the Bologna Follow-up Group on behalf of the Romanian Ministry of National Education. And she was director of the Romanian Minister of National Education Office for more than 7 years. She was awarded with the Order of the Education Merit Grade Officer degree in 2004 by the Romanian Presidency. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Cristina. You have your...
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me here today. It's a great opportunity, an honor and also a pleasure to meet colleagues from quality assurance agencies and experts, and also to be able to speak in front of representatives of higher education institutions in Portugal. Actually, us at the Romanian Agency for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, we try to meet regularly with the representative of the universities, with the rectors, so we join all of their meetings, and I can tell you that these are not easy meetings. We kind of feel, you know, the voice of quality assurance in front of so many rectors, like about 990 universities, so they are quite many. So that gives me quite a thrill each time that this happens. But today, of course, it is not the case, because we do not share, well, any national interests, if I might say so. What I would like to do today is to try to, as Professor Guerreiro actually told me, well, to tell you the point of view of ENQA on the subject, which actually doesn't really exist, because for sure we cannot tell which way is the best. That should be a national decision. But I will take the opportunity to present you a little bit what we are doing at ENQA, who we are as organizations. This is very well known by quality assurance agencies, but I suspect that this is not valid for all higher education system stakeholders. And also to try to reflect a little bit on how this issue of actually which is the best system that we should choose for our country in order to, well, achieve that not only outcome, but also impact on long term on the quality of education. So how that evolved over the time. I will begin by maybe reminding all of us that we are here and we are speaking about quality assurance, actually mainly or more intensively due to the Bologna process. Quality assurance, sorry, I forgot about this one. Well, kind of really giving up on the thing that will actually work. But, well, I found out that the receiver is there, so I will try to do this gesture. So, as you may know, quality assurance was part of the Bologna process from the beginning. And we, quality assurance professionals, or at least myself, I think that this might be the most important commitment within the Bologna process, because actually puts the foundations, yeah, that was the right one, the foundations for trust among higher education institutions, among higher education system, and why did we actually have started the Bologna process? In order to be able to collaborate, to exchange in terms of students, staff, and researchers to move freely around the European higher education area. And this actually is not possible if there is not trust between institutions. Consequently, quality assurance will be the foundation for recognition of diplomas and qualifications, so that would allow students to circulate and is steered by a group called the Bologna Follow-up Group. And what I wanted to underline is that ENQA, which have been started as part of the Bologna process in 2000, in year 2000, as a network of quality assurance agencies, was from the beginning a member of this group. And what this means, it means that it's actually the, well, let's say, designated stakeholder organizations when it comes to quality assurance at the European higher education area level. So it's not just only any network or association as it was founded in 2004, but it should be the voice of quality assurance when it comes to developing any policies or reforms in the field. We base our activity on, well, except from other policy areas, we really have a document on which quality assurance systems have been developed in the different member countries of the European higher education area, because the idea was to develop the quality assurance system, but to be based on the same standards. So we have spoken already a few times today about those standards. What I want to add is that those were developed under the steering of ENQA by other stakeholder organizations representing universities, so EUA and EURASHE, and then representing the students. So really, it is not a policy document which was developed from top to down, but which was developed by the stakeholders. So I think that this was in fact the meaning or the motive for which it was quite successful, because while the Bologna process is a voluntary one, so we do not have any or almost no legally binding documents, that was implemented voluntary by the states, so reaching about more than 3,000 institutions and some dozens and millions of students all over Europe. And this quite have started from this document. That means, in a way, that it have proved let's say, the usefulness for the higher education system. So it's not that we use the standards because someone says so, but because they really have helped countries to develop their quality assurance system, and of course with impact on the quality of education. We had a second version in 2015, and that's the one we apply today. And also another document which is important and about which we are starting to speak more these days is the European approach for the evaluation of joint programs. And that would be, let's say, like, well, a next step in the collaboration in terms of quality assurance. Being member to ENQA, it's actually linked to the ESGs, so that means they have proved compliance in their activities with the ESGs through an external review. And well, saying that, of course, ARACIS is also a member, and it's quite an old one, since 2007, if I remember correctly. They have passed their last review in 2019, and I would like to acknowledge that they have proved full or substantial compliance with all the standards, which I haven't seen very often since my time in the ENQA board, and that I think says a lot of things about the quality of the activities that the agencies is performing. As you can see, in a way, the membership to ENQA also kind of shows the way in which quality assurance systems have been developed all over Europe, because there are, of course, 55 agencies working in accordance with the ESGs, and they are from 31 countries, but this doesn't mean that there are no also other countries which use ESG-oriented approaches, because they might allow foreign agencies which work in accordance to the ESG to be part of, to do evaluation in those systems. Also, those which cannot be members of ENQA because they are not from countries which are part of the European higher education area, or which just they haven't reached yet compliance with the ESGs, can be affiliates. And in this way, you see that they might come from also other continents. One of the objectives to promote, well, collaborate with other regions of the country in terms of kind of exchange experience in what concerns quality assurance, and also present the European model and also the European standards and guidelines. To conclude about ENQA, we are a stakeholders organization. We represent the agencies at national level. We also represent their interests at international level, and we are providing all types of activities and support for our members. I was saying that ENQA has been designated as the stakeholder organization for quality assurance, and this is not because someone said so, but because actually if we look at the members that we have, that means that all expertise in the field of quality assurance, or at least external quality assurance, should be one of our members. So the strength of the organization, the extent at which it can contribute to different policy-making activities, it's actually relying on their members. What we do for our members is to disseminate information, just about everything that is happening, and not only in quality assurance, but also in other policy areas of higher education. We organize events, and also, different type of events that might be in person or online. Also European Quality Assurance Forum that you might have heard that will take place next month, actually in Romania. So I would very much like to see as many as you there, as it's open not only to external quality assurance and actors, but also to higher education institutions. ENQA is developing different types of projects on subjects which are related to research in different areas, but also on topics of interest for our members. For example, one project which was of great importance and interest was related to supporting different affiliates which want to reach compliance with the ESGs, but haven't succeeded to do that so far, in order to, to try to make steps forward in different areas of reform at their national level. And that was very helpful in a way, because we even acted like, let's say, an organization from outside that could enhance or steer the dialogue at the national level, even with the ministry, even with the institutions. So we are looking now at 5 countries that might have very soon quality assurance agencies which are complying with the ESG. We are also a founding member of ECAR, which is the Register of Quality Assurance Agencies, and we are coordinating, and we are the most important, and we have the biggest number of reviews. We are coordinating reviews for the quality assurance agencies, more than 100 in the last 10 years. So most of the reviews are being done by ENQA, and also we coordinate different working groups, thematic groups, or different subjects which are of interest for the members. The results of this type of working groups have been also presented by Lucien earlier, so you could see the outcomes of this work. Speaking about what do we think about, this might be the most difficult decision to be taken when it comes to developing a national quality assurance system. And there are systems which are there for many years, like also in Portugal. So you already have something, you already have habits or ideas in the mind of the people, those which are involved, but also of the society. And if you want to make a change, you really need to also consider all of those. Or you might have new systems which are just starting and for which it might be even easier because they can just, well, observe the ESG and then decide how to go forward. Actually, there are many kinds of procedures that can be put in place, and we have seen even today, only from 3 agencies, and I might give you some ideas about my agency too. And even if we think only about the way in which evaluation should be done or its output, that can be procedures with an impact, or that can be procedures which have no impact on the functioning or financing of the institutions. Then we can think about the level at which the evaluation should be done or can be done. And living from the institution, we can go down to department, to research center, to even a team or a subject of studies in a university. We can think about programs, about cluster of programs. So thinking about how many possibilities are there, we see that actually it's quite difficult to say which is the best for one system. Well, the good news is that nothing is set in stone, because actually we can try, go on one way, see which are the outcomes, and maybe piloting different approaches can be useful, and also we can change. This should not be no way back, and that might be one of the important features of quality assurance, to be able to reflect and to change and to find maybe a better or more suitable way. Over the time, ENQA have tried to reflect on the different types of procedures that can be found in different systems, and they have been developed 3 studies starting from 2003, and you can see at that time most of the systems would apply program level evaluations, but still having 14 countries in which you would find audit for at institutional level. I think that is an important figure, because what we have seen over the time, or what we would expect, is not really the same thing. Because after some rounds of evaluations, no matter institutional or program level, what would someone expect? After 20 years of quality assurance, well, 30, but 20 within the Bologna process, and actually all the important developments took place, what would someone expect? And I would say that someone would expect some trends for simplification, to try to exactly give more trust to the universities, give them more freedom, because they have proved for 20 years that this went well. From what we have expected and what happened, is not really the same thing, and I will not try to say the figures for every year. You would have this presentation if you are interested, and also there are links towards those reports. What we see is that the number of systems which are doing program level evaluations haven't decreased. What it increased was the systems in which also institutional evaluations were performed. So starting for a system in which we have more programs, less institutions, but quite a few audits, we move towards systems in which we have both type of evaluations, so both programs and institutions. And maybe we can even go to today's without really passing through all the steps to see that actually today 80% of the systems have both programs and institutional evaluation. It's true that in 11 of those, the program level evaluation is not really mandatory for all programs. It can be for some programs or for some subjects like medical school for interest of recognition, or it can be for some higher education institutions, well, based on different criteria. And only for 4 systems we have institutional audits. So we have started with 14 in 2003, and we have reached today for very, very few. There would be just another thing that I would like to underline is that important information about the quality assurance systems and about quality assurance and about higher education systems from the European higher education area can be found in this report, which is developed by the Bologna follow-up group every 3 years, so between the ministerial conferences. Actually, when I want to find something about, for example, how the cycles are implemented in our country, I just open the report, and you can really find very valuable information there, and not only on quality assurance. Just staying for 1 more minute here at the last Bologna process implementation report, we see that very many of the agencies are implementing several types of quality assurance procedures, and when I say several, you see that we can count up to 15. And that means a lot of diversification. We see that quality assurance agencies have innovated a lot in their activities. It's true that not all of them would fall in the scope of the ESG, because we have this parallel between those which are concerning the ESGs, and so they are dealing with learning and teaching and external quality assurance, and those which are not in the scope of the ESG, and that would be, for example, the evaluation of research, which is in the preoccupation of many of our members, or evaluation of teachers, well, to become professors and so on. Well, maybe we could ask ourselves, why is this happening? Why quality assurance agencies are diversifying their activities? And my answer, I would like to be, is because they want to answer to the developments in the higher education systems, because, well, quality assurance should be there to help and to enable change and innovation. But also another answer would be just because some of them in their system are dealing with a lot of, well, competition, let's say, so they have tried to find new ways. I was saying that quality assurance should enable innovation, but what I, well, at least have heard from some of the meetings that I have joined is that this is not really the case. And I have heard that from universities, which are saying that actually long quality assurance procedure stays in the way of developing a new program in like 6 months, or as soon as, I don't know, some industrial partner would require that program from a university, and also have heard it from employers which are saying that indeed quality assurance is too bureaucratic, and maybe it's looking at too many things, because maybe just if a graduate is employed, that should be enough proof for quality. That puts a lot of, well, challenges in front of us. Of course, that quality assurance agencies want to support innovation and quality of education, but this sometimes comes with a cost, because we cannot really do it from one day to another in 2 months or 3 months. We are also not doing it in 2 years, as I heard from a Spanish university, because Mercedes, she is here. But what I think it's important is that we do not forget why we are here, because, well, it's clear that quality assurance procedures might mean a lot of work. And I have heard earlier a question in that sense. How do we make professors to really, well, get on board on this activity? And, well, I'm also a professor, but I'm also a believer in the role that quality assurance has for the quality of education. And I think that people should somehow be convinced to be on board of this, because if the rector says, or the chief, that people are kind of forgotten why and how we have reached this, well, quite impressive construction, which is the European higher education area. I mean, it's nice as a student to go from one university to another. It's also nice of a professor, but this also means effort, and this also means quality assurance. So maybe we might try to reflect on how we have got here and what we have to do, every and each of us, in order to stay here and to be able to have this construction also for the future. If I'm looking also at the EUA, the Association of European Universities, you might know that they are building every few years a ranking, well, not really a ranking, but more like a scorecard on autonomy of universities. They have several dimensions which are quite interesting. They will analyze the organizational, financial, staffing, and academic autonomy. They do not really say that, well, increased autonomy should be the way to go. Because, of course, having no rules in hiring the staff, that means autonomy. They are just making a scorecard, and every system can go there and can compare the results. In terms of quality assurance, selecting QA mechanisms or QA providers might mean increased autonomy in what concerns quality assurance. And what we see today is that well, their conclusion would be, from the current study that they will launch very soon, universities in Europe still have little freedom in choosing QA mechanisms or providers. And, well, we should agree with that, and you might agree with that. So we see that quality assurance sometimes can be even a sign for not so much autonomy of institutions. Also, if we are looking at what is happening in the European Union, I'm sure you are aware of the documents that have been launched in April. There is the strategy on higher education institutions and this recommendation on building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation. I'm sure that you have already seen it. Anyways, what they are put in front of the members as a recommendation is to move towards institutional evaluation for very, well, easy to understand reasons. They have seen that building programs jointly, it's a very difficult matter. That didn't happen, no matter which were the efforts of the Commission. They have just only like 200 programs in the last 10 years. And that it's also because of the quality assurance procedures. If they are different for every country and they are performed at program level, for sure this is not going to work, or it will be very difficult to, well, to merge, to harmonize. In this sense, having just a procedure at institutional level, of course, that might help. So, would that be a good enough reason for just moving towards institutional evaluation? For sure, it will help with the international collaboration. At least higher education institutions can decide on the procedure that will be put in place so they can agree with the other partners. There are many reasons for which we could say yes, and of course here we have to see the balance. If it's, I mean, when we say move to institutional evaluation, that means to make that means also to allow for self-accrediting programs, and that of course will be in the spirit of putting the trust on higher education institutions, which is one of the principles of the quality assurance system in the Bologna process. Incentivize the institutions to develop their internal quality assurance mechanisms, but I would say that they need to already have some in order to be able to replace the external quality assurance procedures. That will show a lot of trust on how institutions can develop their programs, which, well, actually is their job if we think straight. That will be also very practical, less procedures, less money, less efforts for everyone. Well, I'm not sure that at the end of the day that will mean very less work for the institutions, because they will have to do themselves what was done before at internal and external level. They have to develop their procedures, they have to think how this is best to be done, but the big advantage, it will be that they can choose the one which is more appropriate, in which they believe. So in this way, it might be even more successful than just to respond to some external requirements. Another concern and issue that we are facing is this fatigue that we all might have after so many rounds of different type of evaluations that the professors might have. They feel they need to work too much, too many papers, and that take out of their work as professors, and they don't really, maybe, or not all the time, see the use, the outcome. What is this good for? So again, after several rounds of program level evaluation, moving to institutional level might be at help. To conclude, because I think it's very late, right? We do not see simplification in the last 20 years, even if, well, we all grow together, both institutions and higher education and quality assurance agencies, and maybe that's reason for reflecting at national level for the government, for the discussions. There are, well, kind of pushes from different stakeholders towards simplification, so giving up or, well, simplify the program review and moving towards institutional evaluation. And to finish with the answer of the question, there is no way that someone would recommend or would provide as a best practice or the way to go. Actually, this has to be decided at national level and based on really very many things, starting from the trust on the university, starting from what would media would say if we give up on some kind of evaluation, start from what students and all of the stakeholders would think. And also thinking and putting in balance the advantages. That would be indeed simplification, increased collaboration at national and international level, and also flexibility of what higher education institutions can do in order to answer to all of the challenges that also Lucien have presented before. Thank you very much for your attention. It was really a pleasure to be here. I would spare the ARACIS example, which is quite complex. I will just show this table, which really is kind of frightening. And I'm wishing you all the best of luck with this new institutional approach that you are starting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cristina. We have time now for some questions for you, of course. Thank you so much for being so short in your presentation. So, questões que haja, comentários, alguma questão? Já que não tivemos tempo na primeira fase. Professor.
Thank you very much, Cristina. You give the proportion of agencies that do institutions and programs, but according to your records, what is the proportion of agencies that do institutions, programs, and research? And this leads to my following question, which is also a question to the audience. Do we think that one can do in the long term, that one can evaluate institutions without evaluating research?
Thank you very much.
I know it's a heavy question.
Yeah, for this difficult question. Well, actually, that was the systems that are doing, so not agencies, but systems, which is quite different. I wouldn't have data on how many quality assurance agencies are doing evaluation of research, but I would say that there are quite many. But even here, there might be a distinction between those which I think, well, actually, I think everybody is doing evaluation of research of some sorts. Actually, also the ESGs are requiring that because they are focused on learning and teaching, but learning and teaching without research cannot happen. So also focused on the links between research and learning and teaching. What we might have different is those agencies which are really focusing on evaluating different research, even projects, even units, even institutions, and that for sure goes out of the scope of the ESGs, and I think, but of course I cannot read in the future, it will stay like this. So actually the answer is, I don't think there is any evaluation without considering research, because this is part of what higher education institutions are doing. So it is here and it will be here to stay. And as I see, because maybe you know that ENQA have started a discussion on the revision of the ESGs. We have a project now with some members from agencies, for institutions, from students. And yeah, as a trend, we see research becoming more important in the economy of the ESGs, but they still will look at what learning and teaching is also in the future, I think.
More questions?
I think everybody is really very tired, and I mean, myself hearing so many times in one day, quality, 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 it's so really difficult, so you really deserve a prize for staying all day and discussing about this.
But the period of dialogue is also important.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cristina. Vamos passar agora à mesa redonda, não é?
Bom, muito boa tarde a todos. Está ligado? Não.
Boa tarde, eu queria este microfone ligado. Tá, obrigado. Bom, então, boa tarde a todos. Provavelmente, vamos, se os nossos convidados não se importam, vamos falar em português. Provavelmente, isto é uma história que começou já há alguns meses atrás, que tem a ver com a avaliação institucional, e começou ainda antes com a agência de avaliação a definir um plano estratégico para estes próximos anos. E nesse plano estratégico e nos debates que houve sobre o plano estratégico foi definida a importância de todo o processo de avaliação institucional e do cuidado que deveríamos ter a montar este processo e em discuti-lo aprofundadamente com as instituições, com os estudantes, com as instituições públicas, privadas, politécnicas, universitárias, o que fosse. E, portanto, isso levou aqui há uns meses atrás o Conselho de Administração da agência começasse a definir um programa para levar ao processo de avaliação institucional e, para isso, tem contado com a colaboração do professor José Carlos Marcos Santos, que foi reitor da Universidade do Porto e que está aqui connosco, e do professor Pedro Dominguinhos, que foi presidente do Politécnico de Setúbal e que agora assumiu outras funções e, portanto, nos deixou por razões de força maior, digamos assim. No caso da avaliação institucional, aquilo que aconteceu foi um debate e, enfim, uma análise do que acontece por essa Europa fora, fundamentalmente por essa Europa fora, mas também um debate sobre aquilo que nós queríamos da avaliação institucional e de que forma é que queríamos atingir determinados objetivos com essa avaliação institucional, não só no momento da própria avaliação, mas também no momento futuro do para que é que servia uma avaliação institucional feita agora em moldes e em termos ligeiramente diferentes do que foi feita a primeira avaliação institucional. E isso levou à produção de um documento cuja discussão pública aconteceu até à última sexta-feira, portanto até 30 de setembro. Nós preparámos e finalizámos esse documento antes do verão e também proporcionou para o Conselho de Administração da Agência de Avaliação discussões bastante positivas e troca de impressões com representantes e, enfim, em alguns casos com todos, os membros do Conselho de Reitores das Universidades Portuguesas, do Conselho Coordenador dos Politécnicos, dos Institutos Superiores Politécnicos e da APESP também, com a qual partilhámos alguns dos nossos objetivos, algumas das nossas ideias, mas também recebemos algumas das preocupações que nos foram transmitidas. E, portanto, eu gostaria de abordar 2 ou 3 temas sobre este aspecto e, por isso, pedia a opinião muito geral e muito global e um primeiro comentário global sobre aquilo que é ou que está neste momento o Manual da Avaliação Institucional e também de que forma é que pensam que poderiam dar algum contributo ou enfim, seguir outro caminho para implementarmos esta avaliação institucional. Portanto, eu não sei se calhar passava aqui ao Rui e depois iríamos passando.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Eu queria, antes de mais, agradecer a possibilidade que foi dada ao Conselho de Reitores para estar aqui nesta sessão e exprimir aquilo que é a sua posição. Eu devo dizer-vos que sinto-me, de alguma forma, obrigado a tomar como referência o documento que o próprio Conselho de Reitores produziu sobre o manual, mas também não me levarão a mal se eu expuser também, em volta e meia, a minha posição própria sobre esta matéria. Eu gostava, antes de mais, de sublinhar aquilo que me parece ser a qualidade do processo, a preocupação que houve em convocar vários stakeholders para uma discussão do manual, que é relevante, sobretudo, dado desde logo a própria natureza do processo de avaliação institucional e o impacto desejável que se pretende que tenha nas instituições, mas o facto também, e isso ficou patente hoje na apresentação inicial do professor João Guerreiro, o facto de estarmos perante um referencial que tem elementos novos, não é? E, portanto, a clarificação dessas opções parece-me importante. Naturalmente que se dispuséssemos do guião, talvez fosse mais fácil o posicionamento face àquilo que está proposto, mas queria, sobretudo, sublinhar, antes de mais, e à cabeça do que quero dizer, o modo como foi entendido, como está a ser entendido este processo, que suponho que também esta própria sessão é parte integrante. Depois, gostava ainda de valorizar o objetivo que é assumido de simplificação de procedimentos, e aqui deixava uma nota que, aliás, perpassou hoje em várias intervenções que aqui houve, sobre o que estes processos podem representar para as instituições, sobretudo quando elas, instituições e depois os seus vários corpos, sujeitos a uma contínua solicitação de envolvimento num vasto conjunto de processos e de processos fundamentalmente também de natureza avaliativa. Agora, essa intenção, de facto, era bom que ela tivesse consequências efetivas e que, designadamente, fosse possível recorrer a fontes de informação outras que não as instituições, para suportar, na medida do possível, a disponibilização de informação relevante, que, por exemplo, desde logo a própria agência tem a Direção-Geral do Ensino Superior, tem a Direção-Geral de Estatísticas de Educação e Ciência, e, portanto, enfim, tive, aliás, a ocasião de, numa reunião mais privada com a administração da agência, de ter colocado em cima da mesa, aliás, em linha depois com aquilo que a própria agência, que o Conselho de Administração veiculou, da necessidade de encontrarmos mecanismos de interoperabilidade entre aquilo que são as bases de dados da agência e as bases de dados de cada uma das instituições. Portanto, estes eram aspectos que eu não queria deixar de sublinhar nesta primeira intervenção e, sobretudo, e isto também foi algo que atravessou aqui as intervenções hoje, esta preocupação com a questão da confiança por parte da agência nas instituições e por parte das instituições na agência. Nós temos uma história sempre complexa a este nível, mas a colocação desta dicotomia em cima da mesa, da confiança versus controle, como apareceu em algumas das intervenções que tivemos aqui hoje a ocasião de ouvir, parece-me particularmente importante. E o reconhecimento de que esta é a direção em que devemos caminhar, acho que abre também boas condições, criamos uma excelente plataforma para uma mais frutífera articulação entre a agência e as instituições. Eu suponho que haverá momentos para aspectos mais particulares, gostava de me pronunciar sobre alguns aspectos particulares do manual, mas deixava já aquilo que é uma preocupação, e esta se calhar é mais preocupação minha até, e que tem a ver com a questão da sensibilidade àquilo que é a especialização das instituições. Eu julgo que se abre espaço no manual para essa questão, sobretudo quando, enfim, pela interpretação que fiz, se abre aquele espaço do tema de desenvolvimento, mas esta talvez fosse uma matéria que, enfim, pudesse merecer alguma reflexão e ponderação adicional. Isto é, em que medida é que em todo este exercício que estamos a fazer, ou que vamos começar a fazer, somos sensíveis àquilo que são as particularidades, àquilo que é a missão que cada instituição assumiu como a sua missão e que deve ser tomada, aliás, ouvimos também dizer isso hoje aqui, como referencial primeiro, não é, para o desenho de todo o processo, desde logo da autoavaliação e depois da avaliação externa. Mas eu para já ficava-me por aqui, depois terei ocasião de dizer mais alguma coisa.
Portanto, não sei se já repararam, não é a professora Maria José, mas está a professora Orlando, a professora Maria José,
Muito obrigado, muito boa tarde a todos. Também numa apreciação muito genérica, queria começar por fazer uma consideração, tal como o professor Rui Vieira de Castro fez relativamente ao processo, e agradecer toda a atenção que a direção da ARACIS teve com o CSISP, neste caso em particular, de reunir connosco, de nos ouvir e discutir connosco esta estratégia de implementação deste novo ciclo de avaliação institucional. E, portanto, foi um processo muito rico e, portanto, o qual agradecemos. Depois, enfim, muito genericamente, dizer que estamos inteiramente de acordo e unanimemente de acordo com esta mudança no sentido de privilegiar uma avaliação institucional em vez de uma avaliação puramente centrada nos programas ou essencialmente centrada nos programas e necessariamente mais burocrática. E estamos muito de acordo e muito entusiasmados com esta ideia de privilegiar uma avaliação institucional e nos termos em que ela foi posta no manual que esteve até agora em discussão. Entendemos que ela é profundamente positiva por algumas razões essenciais, mas destacando só uma ou duas que nos parece mais importante. Por um lado, privilegiar as orientações estratégicas e o planeamento estratégico das instituições e basear a avaliação também nessas orientações estratégicas. Essa ideia parece-nos extremamente rico. Como sabemos, as instituições de ensino superior são diferenciadas, desde logo temos um sistema binário no país, mas para além de um sistema binário temos missões completamente diferentes consoante o contexto geográfico, territorial e social em que as instituições se inserem, e as instituições existem no país exatamente para servir o país e promover o seu desenvolvimento. E, portanto, enfim, para as instituições cumprirem essa missão, elas têm, obviamente, que ter autonomia para desenvolver as suas estratégias, para as planear, para as implementar e, portanto, um sistema de avaliação que privilegia o planeamento estratégico e a diferente natureza das instituições parece-nos muito rico e parece-nos que é um sistema que não é castrador, que não promove a rigidez do sistema e que não permite a mudança, muito pelo contrário, ele vai permitir a mudança, a evolução, o crescimento e a adaptação das instituições aos novos tempos. E como nós todos sabemos, pede-se hoje às instituições de ensino superior que se adaptem, que respondam melhor aos desafios da sociedade em que nos inserimos. Nós tivemos hoje de tarde também a apresentação do relatório do Estado da Educação da OCDE e mais uma vez saímos muito mal em indicadores como número de estudantes a tempo parcial, número de estudantes em idade ativa, enfim, a ligação da formação e das instituições de ensino superior às empresas. Portanto, nos indicadores dessa natureza, nós saímos muito mal, embora saiamos muito bem noutros, mas nesses indicadores continuamos a sair muito mal face à média dos países da OCDE. Portanto, pede-se às instituições de ensino superior que se adaptem, que promovam esta mudança, que respondam às necessidades da sociedade, da forma como a tecnologia evolui e a sociedade evolui. E, portanto, este sistema vai exatamente promover o planeamento estratégico e o desenvolvimento das instituições e, por isso, somos muito favoráveis. Somos muito favoráveis também porque ele se baseia nesta ideia de confiança, e esta ideia de confiança é rica porque incentiva mais as instituições a serem proativas e dinâmicas e se baseia, em particular, em sistemas próprios, internos, desenvolvidos pelas instituições de gestão da qualidade. E, portanto, privilegiar mais a gestão da qualidade, ela é também uma ideia muito rica, porque é o que nos permite promover a melhoria contínua nas nossas instituições. Portanto, enfim, ficando-me agora por uma apreciação muito genérica, nós, enfim, estamos agradecidos e reconhecidos pela forma como o processo tem desenvolvido e muito favoráveis à ideia deste novo ciclo de avaliação institucional.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer o convite formulado pela Teresa à APESP. Naturalmente que toda a disponibilidade, que já demonstrada, aliás, outras ocasiões e numa última reunião, relativamente à colaboração plena e à colaboração especialmente neste documento. Por outro lado, uma manifestação de apreço ao Conselho de Administração pela abertura de uma discussão de um documento que é extremamente importante para o ensino superior e para as instituições, naturalmente. Eu acho que nestas coisas estamos todos no mesmo barco, somos agentes todos do ensino superior e, naturalmente, todos nós queremos a sua melhoria e a melhoria da sua qualidade. E, portanto, é nosso dever de todos, independentemente de em que níveis estamos a falar, de uma colaboração intensa para que realmente todo o sistema melhore. Naturalmente que eu tenho algumas questões mais de pormenor relativamente mas que deixaria provavelmente para uma outra fase, mais relativamente ao manual de avaliação propriamente dito, mas eu não posso deixar de não lhe dar, digamos, uma tónica primeiro. Como visão global, naturalmente, saliento o mérito do documento. É um documento estruturado, com um conjunto de dimensões que tem a ver exatamente com aquilo que devem ser as dimensões de análise relativamente às instituições de ensino superior. Mas eu abordaria antes uma situação que para mim é básica, que é uma questão mais macro, digamos assim. E uma questão mais macro, eu diria que começaria com uma dificuldade inerente a avaliar uma instituição, ou qualquer instituição de ensino superior globalmente, como digo, nas suas várias dimensões, porque há aqui uma dificuldade inerente àquilo que é a estrutura jurídica de toda a legislação. Ora bem, quando essa estrutura jurídica não é sólida e não é coerente e não é compatível, naturalmente que isto torna uma dificuldade muito maior para o planeamento estratégico das instituições e também para a própria missão da agência na sua avaliação e no seu processo de avaliação. Naturalmente que esta situação, e eu falo concretamente de um conjunto de documentos, desde a compatibilização do HCERES com 65, com 133, enfim, com a lei de bases, e poderíamos ir por aí fora, que é fundamental, e como digo, isto é fundamental para a estratégia das organizações e das instituições e para a própria estratégia da agência e da sua estratégia de avaliação, como é a sua missão, e, portanto, isto facilitaria muito. Efetivamente, nós neste momento temos esse problema que deve ser tomado pela tutela, na minha opinião, com a máxima urgência. Naturalmente que isto é uma situação macro que diz respeito a todos, não é? Eu represento aqui, como já perceberam, o ensino superior privado, que é um subsetor dentro do ensino superior. Ora bem, temos outras dificuldades também de âmbito macro. E, concretamente, eu estou a falar num documento estruturante para uma coisa destas, para uma avaliação, que é a falta que neste momento continuamos a ter de um estatuto da carreira docente e da investigação. Eu posso dizer que isso está, desde 89, regulamentado, ou melhor, a promessa de regulamentação está escrita desde 89, concretamente, se não me engano, no 271/89, no HCERES volta a estar em 2007 e, neste momento, continuamos a não ter o Estatuto da Carreira Docente. Ora, isto, como sabem, é fulcral para a estrutura inclusiva e este é, digamos, já um problema mais concretamente do ensino superior privado. Naturalmente que existem outras situações, e há aqui uma coisa que é extremamente importante para toda esta clarificação e para que qualquer processo de avaliação seja claro, transparente e igual, digamos assim, naquilo que é igual. E quando eu falo nisto, naturalmente, nós temos que avaliar, e estamos disponíveis para isso, já o demonstramos exatamente ao Conselho de Administração da Agência, que é ter em conta, efetivamente, o que é diferente do ensino superior privado versus o ensino superior público. Eles não podem ser, em determinado tipo de dimensões, avaliados exatamente da mesma maneira quando nós temos, efetivamente, especificidades próprias, não é? E podem-me perguntar quais. Bom, eu dou alguns exemplos. Por exemplo, a organização e o modelo de gestão está no RGIES, não somos nós que o inventamos, está no RGIES. A organização e o modelo de gestão, que é diferente, não é? Alguns constrangimentos, como o regime de fixação de vagas, por exemplo, e essencialmente no que diz respeito aos alunos internacionais, e ao reconhecimento de graus e diplomas. Isto são situações que são evidentes e, já para não falar, no regime de acesso e ingresso, que nos leva naturalmente ao financiamento e à sua origem. Ou seja, claramente, quando eu leio na parte do modelo o que são receitas próprias, como toda a gente deve imaginar, as principais receitas próprias de uma instituição de ensino superior são as propinas. Não quer dizer que não tenhamos outras, não é? Mas, efetivamente, estamos a falar de situações diferentes. Eu deixaria agora a parte do manual para uma segunda parte, não deixando de não dizer uma coisa que já ouvi também aqui, que é fundamental termos conhecimentos, porque eles complementam-se, não é? Que é o guião que está subjacente ao manual, porque provavelmente vai lá ter indicadores que nos permitem ser mais assertivos relativamente a qualquer tipo de discussão. Da minha parte, muito obrigado.
Eu vou passar a segunda parte, depois já passo para além. Bom, eu gostava de dizer 2 ou 3 coisas, de facto, e vem na sequência dos comentários que foram feitos. De facto, a agência teve uma preocupação muito grande em usar 2 palavras que vêm do seu plano estratégico referenciadas para a relação da agência com as instituições. Uma delas tem a ver com a confiança e outra com a diversidade. Isto responde um bocadinho a algumas das preocupações que aqui estão demonstradas. A diversidade é a instituição descrever qual é a sua missão, quais são os seus objetivos, qual é o seu plano estratégico e nós avaliarmos a instituição em função disso e não em função daquilo que nós achamos que deveria ser. O segundo aspecto que eu acho que é importante neste momento definir é que o processo de avaliação da primeira fase provavelmente teve uma parte importante que foi olhar muito para os aspectos legislativos e do cumprimento da legislação ou não. Nós não queríamos fazer isso. Nós, neste processo de avaliação institucional, gostaríamos que fosse um processo para a melhoria da qualidade, da gestão da qualidade e, portanto, é um bocadinho em função do que é a instituição, do que quer ser, da estratégia que tem definida e dessa forma, tentar ver, garantir que os sistemas funcionam. E por isso eu tenho 2 ou 3 questões que gostava de pôr e vou pô-las já de uma vez e depois fazemos, os comentários, ou pedir-lhes os comentários que acharem pertinentes. Uma delas tem a ver, quando fazemos a avaliação institucional e temos este manual de avaliação, e esperemos que o guião não seja assim tão diverso, vejo muita gente a falar do guião, eu espero que o guião reflita exatamente aquilo que é o manual. Nós fizemos, como dissemos, uma discussão pública, fizemos reuniões muito interessantes com os 3 organismos que aqui estão representados e neste momento temos uma ideia exata do que é que vamos ajustar, do que é que vai ser o manual na sua versão final e do que é que vai ser o guião. E a outra coisa que gostávamos de dizer é que há vários aspectos e há muitos aspectos reflexivos que vão ser importantes no preenchimento do guião. É um processo de autoavaliação importante para as instituições, em nosso entender, portanto, tem que ser, mas os indicadores são aqueles que a agência tem e que a DGEC tem, que por acaso já nos passou, e portanto são aqueles que nós vamos pôr, indicadores quantitativos que merecem alguma reflexão. Tudo o resto são reflexões importantes que as instituições provavelmente vão ter. Mas eu gostava que neste âmbito, e tendo em conta o manual de avaliação institucional, e tendo em conta as discussões que foram sendo feitas aqui também, o que é que acham da inserção, o que é que acham da importância da gestão da qualidade e de nós olharmos até que ponto para a gestão da qualidade que as instituições fazem, numa perspectiva de ganhar a tal confiança e de perceber que no futuro isso vai ser importante. Esse é um dos comentários que eu gostava de... Vamos ver este agora, obrigado. Portanto, um dos aspectos que eu gostava de ver comentados tem a ver com a gestão da qualidade e a importância de, no processo de avaliação institucional, estarmos a olhar para esse aspecto como um aspecto determinante, eventualmente, para aquilo que nós queremos no futuro. O segundo aspecto que nós gostaríamos de ter um comentário tem a ver com o acompanhamento, com o follow-up. Foi aqui falado hoje, durante o dia, da importância do follow-up no meio do processo. É óbvio que quando nós fazemos uma avaliação institucional e temos condições, e temos acreditação com condições, a apresentação do relatório follow-up vai ter que ocorrer obrigatoriamente no momento em que é preciso cumprir essas condições. Mas provavelmente vão surgir, em muitos casos podem surgir recomendações, e a nossa pergunta é o que é que acham do acompanhamento ou do follow-up, que a agência deve fazer, que tipo de acompanhamento para a validação ou a verificação do cumprimento dessas recomendações. Parece-nos que foi um aspecto que hoje foi referido e que também é extremamente importante. E a última comentário que eu gostaria era o que é que as instituições esperam da agência. Isto é, da agência na avaliação institucional. O que é que acham que é importante acontecer no processo de avaliação institucional, que acham decisivo, mas mais do que isso, o que é o futuro, pelo menos ao nível da avaliação e acreditação dos ciclos de estudo, depois da avaliação institucional. Penso que tenho aqui uma série de perguntas e depois deixaria para o José Carlos comentar o resto.
Temos agenda para o resto da tarde, de certeza. Muito bem. Procurando então responder às questões que foram colocadas e desde logo em torno do processo de gestão da qualidade. Do meu ponto de vista, estes exercícios e os documentos que lhes estão subjacentes, eles operam sempre numa zona de tensão, não é? De tensão entre aquilo que é uma intenção de regulação, porque é indiscutível que tenham esse papel, mas, por outro lado, também de acolhimento daquilo que são as práticas e as formas como elas são conceptualizadas dentro das instituições. Estamos permanentemente nesta tensão, sendo certo que depois, digamos, para as instituições muitas vezes posicionam-se em face daquilo que é um histórico, não é? Do que é um histórico e do que é um histórico não só da avaliação do ensino superior, mas eu diria daquilo que é o histórico das práticas que operam na administração portuguesa, com muita frequência tentadas por um princípio de uniformização que me parece profundamente desajustado aos tempos que correm, mas desse ponto de vista foi muito bom ouvir o professor João Guerreiro reiterar aquele princípio que de facto me parece que atravessa todo o documento, da atenção àquilo que é a qualidade específica de cada um dos projetos, de cada uma das instituições. Mas de facto existe essa tensão, e essa tensão depois vai sendo interpretada também em função da história de cada instituição. Acho que aqui nós demos passos importantes com a existência de estruturas e de processos internos de avaliação da qualidade, que têm tido um papel importante, e agora falo mais à luz da experiência da Universidade do Minho neste particular, evidenciando a necessidade de algo que aparece, e eu diria ainda bem que aparece com expressão no próprio manual. E refiro-me aos documentos, chamemos-lhe assim, de política institucional, reportados a várias dimensões de atuação das instituições, seja na questão da inovação pedagógica, a internacionalização, a inclusão, etc, etc. Agora, é verdade que a sinalização deste tipo de preocupações vai obrigar à complexificação do próprio processo no interior das instituições, muito pensado e muito desenvolvido à luz da avaliação programática, digamos assim, como resposta mais imediata a uma pressão que é uma pressão também mais imediata e provavelmente mais decisiva para as instituições. Eu acho que isto vai ser um exercício interessante, porque vai, de facto, obrigar também a repensar os próprios objetivos e processos dos sistemas internos de garantia de qualidade, provocando, eventualmente, um seu apuramento. Agora, há, neste quadro, um dado a que julgo que não podemos ser indiferentes. A ideia e a sua operacionalização não são facilmente acolhidas pelas comunidades académicas, como sabem, não é? Voltamos àquele facto que é da pressão a que as pessoas estão sujeitas, da perspectiva que vão construindo de que há um conjunto de mecanismos de avaliação que impendem sobre a organização a todos os seus níveis e sobre as pessoas, e isso provoca reações nem sempre muito positivas. Aliás, eu julgo que um dos desafios mais fortes com que as nossas instituições se confrontam hoje é o daquilo que a gente poderia chamar a internalização e a naturalização destes processos e o seu reconhecimento, a sua compreensão como fatores importantes de transformação institucional. E aí, uma vez mais, acho que o manual deixa alguns sublinhados que são particularmente importantes. Duas notas ainda sobre esta matéria e irei ao follow-up. E eu tenho uma preocupação relativamente ao objeto. O que é que verdadeiramente, de que é que estamos verdadeiramente a falar quando falamos de avaliação institucional? E, sobretudo, em que medida é que este exercício nos permite captar algo que eu julgo que é essencial se quisermos, digamos, ponderar a capacidade transformadora das instituições, e que são as dinâmicas próprias. Isto é, somos ou não somos, e desse ponto de vista eu acho que o guião pode ser interessante e pode marcar aqui alguma diferença, como é que pretendemos captar aquilo que são dinâmicas internas das instituições. Nós atravessámos um período altamente crítico com a pandemia, encontramos, cada uma das nossas instituições encontrou uma resposta, e essa resposta teve elementos de adequação, provavelmente teve elementos de inadequação, mas houve um processo acelerado de transformação da instituição. Esta capacidade transformadora de responder à alteração das condições contextuais vai ser acolhida ou não vai ser acolhida? Digamos, alternativamente, eu sei que estou aqui a fazer uma polarização, não é? Ou alternativamente vamos estar preocupados com o registro de um determinado estado de coisas num determinado momento, não é? Este eu acho que é um desafio muito interessante e pode ser fator até de uma apropriação diferenciada deste exercício de avaliação institucional. Quanto à questão do follow-up, há uma reflexão que eu gostaria de deixar a este propósito. Não está evidentemente em causa a pertinência, a relevância do follow-up. É evidente que a questão dos indicadores que vão ser mobilizados, era importante que ela tivesse alguma resposta, ou estivesse previamente consensualizada. E depois, há aqui uma nota que gostava de deixar sobre a questão da evidência. Vistos estes processos pelo lado da instituição, se nós fazemos um determinado diagnóstico, se posteriormente desenhamos uma estratégia que corresponde a esse diagnóstico no sentido ou de corrigir problemas que estão identificados ou de abrir novas perspectivas de desenvolvimento, aquilo que é natural que aconteça é que isso apareça refletido nos documentos fundamentais que a instituição vai produzindo ao longo do tempo, não é? Seja nos planos estratégicos, seja nos planos de ação, seja nos planos de atividades anuais. E, portanto, aquilo que eu gostaria de deixar para consideração é se nós não podemos usar este tipo de instrumentos como elementos que funcionem como evidência e, portanto, que permitam aferir em que grau, em que medida é que a instituição se vai ajustando àquilo que consensualizou como caracterizador da sua situação num determinado momento. Julgo que, deste ponto de vista, podíamos estar a contribuir para dar uma coerência adicional a toda a arquitetura regulamentar dentro das instituições e não tornar o exercício de avaliação institucional como, digamos, mais um estranho, lateral, marginal àquilo que é o funcionamento regular das instituições. E, portanto, esta articulação, esta integração destes vários elementos parecer-me a mim particularmente interessante. Acho que já falei demais, Orlando.
Muito obrigado. Bom, relativamente à primeira questão, enfim, o que é que nós achamos e da importância dos sistemas de gestão da qualidade, obviamente que achamos que são fundamentais. Portanto, são um verdadeiro instrumento de melhoria portanto, entendemos, como referi no início, extremamente interessante que este processo acredite nos sistemas de gestão da qualidade e, portanto, isso parece-nos fundamental. Enfim, há, contudo, aqui algumas, diria, mais preocupações que certamente irão ser esclarecidas ao longo do processo relativamente à forma como implementamos estes sistemas de gestão da qualidade. E uma primeira preocupação é relativamente a uma dimensão importante dos sistemas de gestão da qualidade, que é a auditoria externa. Obviamente, qualquer sistema de gestão da qualidade, para ser credível, ele terá que ter instrumentos de medição, de auditoria interna, mas terá que ter também uma validação externa em algum momento e de alguma forma. E, portanto, até agora tínhamos a agência também como entidade de certificação dos sistemas de gestão da qualidade. Agora, e muito bem, na nossa perspectiva, a agência, enfim, posiciona-se num nível mais alto e, portanto, de não propriamente certificar o sistema de gestão da qualidade, não sei se entendemos bem, mas pelo menos foi assim que entendi, coloca-se numa posição mais alta que, enfim, avalia a instituição de forma global, incluindo os seus sistemas de gestão da qualidade. E, portanto, a forma como esta, enfim, a avaliação externa do sistema de garantia da qualidade se concretiza, enfim, julgo que precisará de alguma reflexão, se pode ser, enfim, internamente à organização, se pode ser internamente ao sistema, se é empresas que estão no mercado, se são agências internacionais que trabalham na qualidade, como é que esta auditoria, esta acreditação externa dos sistemas se faz, para além daquela que faz a agência. Julgo que haverá aqui um nível que se importará refletir sobre ele. Aqui, relativamente à questão dos sistemas de gestão da qualidade, em particular aos indicadores e à informação, também alguma preocupação, enfim, não diria preocupação, mas algum alerta também relativamente a uma ideia que está no manual e que a nós nos parece extremamente útil e interessante, que é, portanto, assentar muito enfim, os indicadores e a informação, na informação que existe no sistema das instituições que têm por missão recolher a informação estatística. E, portanto, que esses indicadores se baseiem nessa informação centralizada recolhida pelas instituições que têm essa responsabilidade. Isso parece-nos muito importante, parece-nos importante que se valorize essa informação, que se valorize a missão das instituições que recolhem informação estatística sobre o sistema e que ela seja, de facto, utilizada efetivamente também para efeitos da qualidade dos indicadores globais e a sua articulação com as diferentes missões institucionais. E, portanto, às vezes aqui a fronteira pode ser tenue, mas é sempre um mundo complexo este de analisar um indicador global como uma taxa de desemprego e como é que se chega a esse valor e dependendo do contexto das regiões. E, portanto, uma taxa de desemprego numa instituição, num determinado local, tem que ser analisada certamente de forma completamente diferente, localizada noutro contexto social e, portanto, julgo que isto terá que ser bem ponderado. E também este balanço com a informação que a instituição recolhe e que se a recolhe há de estar ajustada também às suas estratégias e àquilo que quer medir e, portanto, este trade-off entre o que são indicadores globais, o que é a informação recolhida pela instituição e a forma como se utiliza, parece-me também uma questão importante a ter em conta. Portanto, claro que sim, os sistemas de gestão da qualidade são importantes, o que haverá aqui alguns enfim, acertos a fazer, em particular este da acreditação externa dos sistemas e da informação global versus local. O follow-up parece-nos também um instrumento fundamental. Na verdade, a missão da agência é promover a qualidade e, portanto, enfim, é isso que esperamos que a agência faça e, portanto, na nossa perspectiva, deve ser uma relação contínua de preocupação com a promoção de qualidade. Ou seja, não poderá ser, por exemplo, uma avaliação que se faz de 4 em 4 anos, tem uma nota e acabou, vá à sua vida e volta daqui a 4 anos. Não é? Portanto, aqui terá que ser uma relação de maior proximidade e, portanto, salvo aquelas situações em que a agência terá que ser radical e fecha ou não pode funcionar porque não reúne as condições e manifestamente terá que tomar esse tipo de posições, mas na generalidade das situações haverá sempre matérias em que a instituição precisa de ser melhorada, precisa de melhorar e é importante que a agência faça esse acompanhamento e que a instituição seja responsabilizada também por períodos mais adequados e mais curtos, também prestar contas sobre essa melhoria que ela tem que fazer. E, portanto, o follow-up tem exatamente essa missão e essa importância de promover a melhoria contínua nas instituições e nesta relação entre a agência e as instituições parece-nos claramente fundamental e importante. Bom, o que nós esperamos da agência, obviamente que seja aqui um parceiro na melhoria da qualidade. Esta questão também da acreditação simplificada dos programas é uma questão que, enfim, que provavelmente teremos que perceber melhor e discutir melhor como é que ela se concretiza. Sobre o princípio somos claramente favoráveis, mas, enfim, naturalmente terá que haver aqui também alguma matéria de concretização e de percebermos como é que isto se funciona. Também na nossa perspectiva, claramente, o sistema de acreditação dos programas sofria de cansaço, como já foi aqui dito, e, portanto, o sistema sofria de cansaço relativamente a este método de avaliação e havia aqui alguns vícios que se vinham avolumando e que perturbavam um pouco a eficácia do sistema. Em particular, questões que são dificilmente ultrapassáveis, o balanço entre avaliadores externos que é difícil encontrar e que também tem algum problema de conhecimento do sistema, avaliadores internos que num país pequeno como o nosso, enfim, começa a haver problemas também de dificuldade de distinção entre o que são defesa de interesses institucionais e defesa dos interesses, de facto, da avaliação da qualidade. Enfim, havia aqui, de facto, um problema de cansaço que entendemos muito favorável que se faça aqui também uma melhoria neste processo e, portanto, que se evolua para um sistema de acreditação simplificada dos programas e é uma matéria claramente prometedora, obviamente que precisaremos aqui também de perceber melhor como isto se concretiza. Depois ainda outro ponto, relativamente ao que esperamos da agência, há aqui uma fronteira, uma matéria em que nós temos outro tipo de avaliações, que é a investigação científica, e, portanto, as nossas unidades de investigação são avaliadas de diversas formas e diversos contextos, das unidades de investigação, dos laboratórios associados, de outras instituições de interface nas quais participamos também, e, portanto, a articulação, é importante que esta dimensão da investigação, tal como está aí muito bem no manual, seja integrado na avaliação da agência e seja aqui avaliada esta articulação entre a investigação e a missão e a estratégia que a instituição define, mas provavelmente teremos também aqui uma matéria de articulação com outras avaliações que merecerá algum cuidado para que o sistema de forma global funcione articuladamente. Muito obrigado.
Bom, eu começaria exatamente pela relação, digamos, da avaliação com o sistema de gestão de qualidade. E, efetivamente, eu tenho alguma dificuldade em separar estas duas realidades, porque, efetivamente, há aqui uma relação quase umbilical. Eu diria que uma avaliação de uma instituição, naturalmente, é difícil fazê-la sem que essa instituição não tenha, no mínimo, um sistema de qualidade a funcionar, independentemente de estar acreditado ou não estar acreditado. Esse é um outro problema, porque a acreditação pela agência é voluntária e há outras entidades também externas, inclusive, que fazem esse tipo de avaliações por outras normas, como as ISO 9000, etc, etc. Portanto, eu diria que, considerando um sistema interno de garantia de qualidade, uma ferramenta fundamental para qualquer organização, em termos de controle, em termos de gestão e em termos de eficácia na sua atuação, eu tenho muita dificuldade em ver uma avaliação institucional não estar, digamos, interligada a este tipo de situação. Volto a dizer, independentemente dela poder estar ou não estar acreditada, porque isso é uma política de cada um, dado que é uma situação voluntária. Isto porquê? Porque, reparem, qualquer organização, e uma instituição de ensino superior, como qualquer organização, eu diria que, vista numa ótica que é, digamos, um sistema, se quisermos, numa visão de um sistema holístico, é um sistema de rodas dentadas. Um sistema de rodas dentadas, naturalmente, o que tem é processos transversais à organização que têm de ser devidamente coordenados, não é? E otimizados, independentemente da área funcional que atravessam. Portanto, isto é fulcral e fundamental para uma organização. E, portanto, daí a minha grande dificuldade, muitas vezes, em separar estas duas realidades, que penso que estão extremamente interligadas. E eu diria que aqui, nos sistemas de internos de garantia de qualidade, perdoem-me, mas se calhar é um defeito de formação, cabe muito bem aquela frase que primeiro estranha-se, depois entranha-se. Porquê? Porque isto leva à cultura organizacional. Okay? As pessoas, e eu tenho essa experiência na minha instituição, as pessoas habituam-se a que é preciso fazer determinado tipo de coisas para cumprir os objetivos e os objetivos parciais que depois conduzirão àquilo que são os objetivos da instituição. E, portanto, eu diria que é uma ferramenta, volto a dizer, uma ferramenta fundamental de gestão e controle de qualquer organização e que naturalmente leva a uma coisa que nós estamos aqui a falar todos, provavelmente ninguém disse o termo, mas estamos a falar todos de melhoria contínua numa organização, não é? E quando se fala de follow-up, já agora ligando, é exatamente isso. Ou seja, se eu tenho qualquer coisa, que qualquer instituição que possa ter uma situação condicional, é sinal de que tem de melhorar naquela situação, não é? Estamos a falar, mais uma vez, de melhoria contínua na organização. Ora bem, isto parece-me por isso mesmo que é qualquer coisa que está extremamente interligada e eu sinceramente tenho alguma dificuldade em separar estas duas realidades e até muitas vezes na própria avaliação como é que nós vamos fazer isso, porque efetivamente, como todos sabemos, por exemplo, nos ciclos de estudo, neste momento, que são avaliados em instituições que têm sistemas internos de garantia de qualidade, há lá uma secção que avança, digamos assim, e espero que essas facilidades também existam exatamente a outros níveis. Também são pormenores do manual. Como eu diria, já falei no follow-up, o follow-up tem a ver... Há aqui uma coisa a única coisa que eu diria que é de questionar é o que é que estamos a falar nos condicionais. Que valoração é que estamos a dar às várias dimensões? não é? Porque isso, naturalmente, mais uma vez, depende, como o colega disse, depende de muita coisa, da dimensão, de um conjunto de parâmetros, não é? Que, naturalmente, devem ser devidamente valorados em função de uma determinada realidade, não é? Eu diria que nas várias dimensões há importâncias, digamos assim, diferentes e que, provavelmente, essas situações devem ser devidamente valoradas. Quanto ao papel da A3ES, bom, ele não é novo, não é novo, e aquilo que nós esperamos, na minha perspectiva, é que, efetivamente, colabore nisto, exatamente, e com certeza que é esse também o objetivo, naquilo que é a melhoria contínua, neste caso, de um sistema, que é o sistema de ensino superior português, na melhoria contínua da qualidade. E, portanto, naturalmente, tendo uma função que, na minha opinião, deve ser também muito pedagógica, ok? Muito pedagógica, porque, naturalmente, estamos a falar de instituições completamente diferentes, com estruturas completamente diferentes e que, muitas vezes, alertadas para determinado tipo de situações, provavelmente podem encarreirar para uma situação melhor. E, portanto, daí a minha tónica também na pedagogia associada àquilo que é o papel, naturalmente, de um avaliador também. Muito obrigado.
Eu apercebi-me, ouvindo agora os meus colegas aqui de painel, que deixei passar esta pergunta, que era uma pergunta muito interessante, não é? Sobre o que é que se espera da agência. Que sublinhava o que disseram, em concordância exatamente com o que disseram, deixava apenas uma nota adicional, que é, julgo que todos apreciaríamos que houvesse uma deslocação de foco cada vez maior dos programas específicos para a organização no seu conjunto, para a instituição, por esta via conferindo maior autonomia às instituições, mas também responsabilizando-as mais, não é? Portanto, aliás, foi também uma ideia que perpassou aqui em algumas das apresentações, essa necessidade de se ir progressivamente deixando mais local para com um foco maior no global. Peço desculpa e agradeço esta possibilidade de intervenção complementar.
Muito obrigado. Boa tarde a todos. Ia tentar, mas já estamos orientados, virar o debate para uma outra vertente que foi agora introduzida, que era a questão de para que serve este processo? Qual é a utilidade de todo este processo? Nós falamos na avaliação, nas complicações que tem, nos problemas nas instituições, e eu pergunto, isso será mesmo necessário haver essa maneira de encarar este tipo de avaliação, ou devemos nós reformular o processo de modo a que isto seja encarado como algo de natural, que faz parte do dia-a-dia das instituições? E isso tem a ver com qual é a utilidade, de facto, deste processo. E, na minha ótica, tem a ver com a melhoria contínua do Sistema Nacional de Ensino Superior. Este é que é, e este é o papel da agência, é velar pela melhoria contínua do Sistema Nacional de Ensino Superior. Depois haverá entidades externas, a OCDE e outros, que poderão fazer a avaliação do Sistema Nacional e ajudar a agência a perceber se o seu papel está ou não a ser cumprido. E do ponto de vista das instituições, para que é que servirá isto? Na minha ótica, para ser um instrumento fundamental de melhoria contínua das instituições. Só assim é que faz sentido investir tempo, recursos, porque está-se a investir no próprio trabalho da instituição, para que ela seja reconhecida, para que ela seja procurada, etc. Portanto, a minha pergunta é que eu devo dizer, participei no processo anterior, não é? E eu não entendi bem para que é que servia. E creio que nas instituições que eu visitei aconteceu o mesmo. Preenchia-se uns questionários, mandava-se uma resposta, havia umas reuniões, mas depois havia umas recomendações, ou nunca mais soube o que é que aconteceu. Portanto, acho que não havia, mas também era a primeira vez, portanto estávamos a aprender. Eu penso que neste ciclo já deve ser encarado de uma maneira muito mais no sentido deste instrumento de melhoria contínua para as instituições. O que é que eu quero dizer com isto? Quer dizer que a instituição tem que se organizar também internamente, de modo a que no dia-a-dia não precise de ninguém que venha de fora dizer como deve fazer, mas ela sabe organizar-se para fazer de acordo com as instruções gerais que há para o país. E por isso eu penso que o follow-up deve ser das instituições. Deve haver, de 6 em 6 anos, deve haver um novo exercício de conversa da agência com as instituições para perceber se as coisas estão a correr bem. Portanto, se a instituição está bem organizada, se ela soube organizar, se os parâmetros evoluíram de acordo com o que se esperava, ou não. Portanto, eu diria que o que interessa avaliar não é o estado no momento, mas é a evolução ao longo de um tempo. Isso é que vai determinar se a instituição está no bom caminho ou não. Ela pode ter, num dado momento, estar excelente e daí a pouco estar muito mal, ou vice-versa. Portanto, é ao longo de um tempo que se tem que depois analisar e ver, e não todos os anos estar sempre a vir de fora alguém, ou 2 em 2 anos, a ver como é que as coisas vão. Portanto, aquilo que eu queria perguntar era saber até que ponto o processo, como estão agora a vê-lo organizado, está neste sentido, de vir ajudar as instituições a constituírem instrumentos de melhoria contínua internos, portanto, através da gestão da qualidade e do modo de se organizar, etc., para dar resposta a aos parâmetros que vão ser feitos neste processo, ou não, ou se é preciso modificar alguma coisa ainda, tanto se melhorar no sentido de aliviar a carga permanente das instituições com o processo. Isso deve ser algo de normal, e por isso eu diria que ninguém de dentro da instituição deve ver isto como um peso, porque só é peso se ele for visto de fora, alguém que vai de fora para andar a ver o que está a fazer, e não que é intrínseco ao seu funcionamento. Portanto, aquilo deve ser visto como algo até de satisfação. Nós estamos a conseguir atingir os objetivos que queremos, por isso vamos continuar, e para isso as instituições têm que se organizar, têm que ter sistemas de informação adequados, que não obriga a estar a fazer cálculos de parâmetros à mão, portanto, tem que ser automáticos. Se calhar temos que evoluir também nesse caminho, não é? De todos termos a capacidade de facilmente encontrarmos respostas àquilo que a sociedade quer saber de nós. Porque, no fundo, estamos a trabalhar para a sociedade. É isso que se pretende, não é? Não é para cada um para si próprio. Portanto, até que ponto o sistema está já a evoluir nesse sentido, ou o que é preciso fazer-se neste processo que vai agora iniciar-se, que no fundo deve ser um pontapé de saída para este modelo de melhoria contínua, de instrumento de melhoria contínua, para que no futuro isto seja encarado tudo como natural e não como uma intromissão de uma entidade externa que vem fazer uma avaliação, que deve ser visto não como uma avaliação, mas como um apoio, um incentivo ao funcionamento como um instrumento de melhoria contínua da instituição.
O professor Marcos dos Santos, em larga medida, fez uma pergunta e deu linhas de resposta, pelo menos. Se não respondeu totalmente, deu linhas de resposta. Mas acho que há uma pergunta que é uma pergunta-chave mesmo, não é? Que é para que é que este processo serve? E visto isto, do ponto de vista das instituições e das pessoas que a fazem, para que é que isto serve? Eu tenho uma resposta que é uma resposta, se calhar, muito básica, dada sob a forma de uma outra pergunta, que é: estamos a ir para onde queremos ir? Pronto. Isso supõe, antes de mais, que nós tenhamos consensualizada a direção, não é? Isto é preciso que clarifiquemos para onde é que queremos ir. E, na verdade, deve dizer-se que os tempos que correm nem sempre são favoráveis a este exercício que supõe redução de velocidade, que supõe afastamento, que supõe deslocação para se poder, com algum grau de senioridade, observar aquilo que vai acontecendo. E é aqui que eu acho que, de facto, a agência tem um papel absolutamente chave, não é? É nesta construção de um outro olhar, de um olhar interrogador, que diga se é para aqui que vão, talvez seja melhor ir por ali do que por onde estão a ir, mas eu acho que para mim é a mais-valia de todo este exercício. Obriga a fazer algo que nós vamos tendo escasso tempo para fazer, não é? Não quero usar aqui aquela expressão que depois se banaliza e, enfim, perde até significado, do pensar estrategicamente, não é? Quer dizer, assim, é isso, é saber para onde é que queremos, o que é que queremos, quais são os instrumentos que estamos a utilizar e também, de facto, avaliar depois o grau de consecução daquilo que nos propomos. Agora, tudo isto é fortemente dinâmico e mais ainda em instituições tão complexas e tão diversas como são as instituições de ensino superior. E é por isso que, deste ponto de vista também, me parece que qualquer exercício de normalização, de uniformização, é um exercício improdutivo. Não vai ajudar nada. Claro que isto requer depois da agência um olhar também muito difícil de construir e pessoas e instrumentos sensíveis a tudo isto. Agora, do meu ponto de vista, vale a pena correr este risco, vale a pena fazer este esforço e vale a pena fazê-lo, e sublinho, em concordância total também, em nome daquilo que nos deve mover, que é a melhoria do sistema de ensino superior em Portugal. Com a convicção também que esta melhoria não depende apenas das instituições. Este processo não é um processo que possa ficar reduzido às instituições, não é por pensarmos que sabemos o que queremos fazer, que vamos chegar onde queremos, não é? Há condicionantes externas que têm que ser adequadamente ponderadas. E, aliás, este exercício deve também ser capaz de fazer isso. Não é? Onde é que estão os bloqueios internos? Pois certamente que sim. Mas onde é que estão os bloqueios externos? Isto é, podemos devolver a pergunta, que é, está o país ou não a dar as condições, a criar as condições adequadas para que as instituições possam estar alinhadas na sua ação com aquilo que são os objetivos que nacionalmente estão definidos. É um exercício de grande complexidade, sem dúvida, de grande dificuldade, mas que, sobretudo se visto assim, porque se for apenas para verificar conformidades, essa é uma coisa que se faz com razoável facilidade. Sobre a sua utilidade tenho as maiores dúvidas, não é? E, portanto, eu espero muito francamente que seja este outro caminho, e estou convicto disso, conhecendo as pessoas que estão no Conselho de Administração, que é este outro caminho que vale a pena prosseguir, e julgo que se ele for enunciado desta maneira, pois da parte das instituições, que estão evidentemente interessadas no seu sucesso, haverá uma grande disponibilidade para fazer este caminho conjunto.
Bom, eu também, muito rapidamente, totalmente de acordo com a intervenção do professor José Carlos Marques dos Santos e do que acabou de dizer também o professor Rui Vieira de Castro, na verdade, e, portanto, referi isso logo no início. O ênfase no planeamento, na instituição, refletir exatamente para onde é que quer ir, o que quer ir, de que forma é que o vai fazer, é fundamental, só por aí é que se consegue a melhoria, não é? Portanto, não é só verificando estándares iguais para todo o universo que se consegue a melhoria. A instituição tem que refletir sobre qual é o seu caminho e como é que vai atingir isso no curto prazo, no médio prazo e no longo prazo. E, portanto, esse exercício é absolutamente fundamental, e só fazendo esse exercício é que se promove a melhoria, perfeitamente de acordo quanto a isso. Mas queria retomar, insistir num ponto que o professor Marques dos Santos referiu também, que é a importância dos sistemas de informação internos. E esta ideia parece-me absolutamente fundamental, porque sem informação nós não conseguimos monitorizar, não sabemos, ninguém consegue guiar um carro sem indicadores e, portanto, as instituições temos que ter informação. Quanto mais rica for a informação, melhor guiaremos certamente as nossas instituições. E, portanto, sublinho este ponto, porque me parece crucial que as instituições sejam incentivadas a desenvolver sistemas internos de informação modernos, que recorram à recolha automática da informação, porque não há inteligência artificial, a todos esses instrumentos que agora o digital nos proporciona e, portanto, esses sistemas parecem-me importantes e, nessa perspectiva, voltando à questão dos indicadores globais e nacionais, não desvalorizando de forma nenhuma a sua importância, mas parece-me claramente que este ênfase nos sistemas de informação internos das suas instituições, na avaliação da sua eficácia, da sua adequação aos objetivos da instituição, no incentivo a que as instituições os desenvolvam, parece-me absolutamente fundamental.
Bom, eu acho que o professor Marcos Santos bateu numa tecla que eu há pouco tinha falado também, e da importância que efetivamente é de se perceber, antes de se iniciar um processo, de toda a gente perceber qual é o caminho. Ou seja, o que é que eu quero dizer com isto? Eu há pouco disse que, por exemplo, o problema do sistema interno de garantia de qualidade tinha uma relação umbilical com uma avaliação institucional. Sinceramente, perdoem-me, mas eu ainda não consegui fazer o exercício, também se calhar ainda não tenho dados suficientes para verificar. E uma coisa que é fulcral para qualquer agente, nesta altura, para claramente verificar onde é que estão os pontos de sobreposição, onde é que estão os pontos de complementaridade. Isto para nós é fulcral, porque senão andamos todos a fazer sempre a mesma coisa em vários sistemas. E, portanto, a situação de avançar com o processo de avaliação institucional, que eu acho muito bem, mas desde que ele seja complementar a outros que existem já no terreno e não meras sobreposições que unicamente têm trabalho burocrático associado e de mais-valia depois não tem praticamente nenhuma. Portanto, isto tudo no sentido do que o professor Marcos Santos focou, naquilo que se pretende, que é também o papel da agência e de todos nós, agentes do ensino superior, no sentido da melhoria contínua de um sistema do ensino superior, naturalmente. E acho que é fulcral este exercício de verificar quais são, efetivamente, as complementaridades ou as sobreposições que um sistema destes traz ou pode trazer com o sistema interno de garantia de qualidade. Daí a minha designação de relação umbilical no início, exatamente com esta preocupação. Acho que é fulcral este exercício.
Só uma questão que me ocorreu a propósito da diversidade que deve ser respeitada, e eu estou perfeitamente de acordo, com missões diversas, etc. Mas devo dizer-me que não é isso que eu encontro. Naquilo que nas casos em que eu verifiquei, a missão é quase copiada uns dos outros. Portanto, e não só nas avaliações, mas até noutras situações fora, eu verifiquei que tem todas a mesma coisa. Portanto, há um script para as missões. Portanto, era importante, de facto, que não houvesse o receio de cada entidade, e aqui, lá está, se vimos isto nesta filosofia que eu afirmei, cada um vai ser bom naquilo que escolheu fazer, que é a sua missão, mas que não é igual a todos os outros, porque então aí estamos mal. Não se diversifica nada, portanto é tudo igual. Portanto, é importante que as missões se diversifiquem realmente, sem receio de se dedicarem a algumas coisas e não a tudo, e não serem prejudicados na sua avaliação ou no seu caminho, desde que isso esteja dentro da tal filosofia da melhoria contínua do ensino superior português. Portanto, acho que há que fazer também esse exercício de diversificação de missões, que eu acho que neste momento não existe no papel, que é o que está escrito.
Bom, muito obrigado a todos. Então, vamos dar por encerrada esta mesa redonda. Eu queria, em nome da agência, agradecer a todos e a colaboração preciosa que o grupo, o CISP e a APESP têm dado e nos têm feito refletir e têm colaborado connosco. E bom trabalho a todos, e passava agora à mesa de encerramento.
Boa tarde a todos. Vamos dar por encerrada esta conferência sobre a avaliação institucional, como é conhecido, claro, com esta sessão, esta jornada de trabalho desde as 10 da manhã até agora. Eu gostava de agradecer a todos os presentes e os ausentes, mas enfim, que participaram remotamente nesta sessão, e dizer-lhe que, enfim, o nosso objetivo era não só expor as principais ideias que informam o processo de avaliação institucional que se vão iniciar nos próximos meses, enfim, já se iniciaram com a discussão pública do Manual de Avaliação Institucional, mas que se vão desenvolver nos próximos meses, eventualmente com o lançamento do guião ainda antes do final deste ano, mas depois com o lançamento das próprias comissões de avaliação externa para, enfim, encontrarmos a melhor solução para esta avaliação institucional. Como é conhecido, que o nosso propósito foi desde o início encontrar aqui uma solução de parceria relativamente ao conjunto do sistema de ensino superior e chamar para a colaboração, para colaborar connosco as instituições universitárias públicas, as instituições politécnicas públicas, as instituições privadas e cooperativas, e por isso, no fim ao cabo, encontramos aqui uma concertação naquilo que são os objetivos principais que eu julgo que todos nós achamos que são importantes e que devem estar, enfim, presentes neste processo de avaliação institucional. Eu gostaria também de agradecer os nossos parceiros internacionais que saíram. Apenas está a Cristina Ghițulică, que I want to thank your participation in this conference. It's important for us to debate with other agencies and other associations the main lines of the institutional association, and I want to come for your coming in Portugal, and we expect that in the future we can collaborate closely with Romania and with ENQA too. Thank you very much for coming. E passava então a palavra ao Sr. Secretário de Estado do Ensino Superior, que agradeço o facto de ter estado, enfim, presente toda a manhã, mas que vai encerrar a sessão. Muito obrigado. Ok.
Então, muito boa tarde a todos e a todos. Eu vou, se me permitem, fazer um cumprimento geral. Eu, agora nestas funções, lembro-me muitas vezes do professor Rui Alarcão, que tinha uma forma muito sábia e eficaz de resolver estas angústias do protocolo, de nós nos esquecermos de alguém que dizia sempre senhoras e senhores da primeira fila, senhoras e senhores das demais filas, e agora, como alguém me lembrou no outro dia quando eu disse, e agora senhoras e senhores que estão-nos a ouvir à distância, mas sintam-se todos calorosamente saudados. É com muito gosto que estou aqui. A Sra. Ministra pede desculpa por uma impossibilidade de não lhe permitir estar aqui, mas pediu-me que transmitisse não só uma saudação, mas sobretudo sublinhar a importância que atribui à avaliação institucional e ao papel que a A3ES tem desempenhado. Eu não vou tentar ser breve no sentido verdadeiro e não no sentido académico, não é? Porque já sabem que o breve académico é ligeiramente mais longo que o normal, mas há alguns aspectos e o dia já vai longo. Eu peço também desculpa porque, de facto, não pude estar numa parte do programa porque tivemos também a apresentação do Education at a Glance hoje na Universidade de Lisboa, e isso implicou alguma coordenação com os prazos que a própria OCDE tem e, portanto, com os períodos de embargo, e, portanto, não tivemos possibilidade de impedir esta sobreposição. Mas do que eu vi hoje de manhã, penso que o programa foi, de facto, muito rico. Digo que estou com gosto nesta sessão, mas com algum desconforto, com alguma, não sei se, espero que não seja nostalgia, porque eu não tendo tido nada a ver com o programa, não resisto a comentar que Andrée Sursock foi a pessoa que me meteu nestas coisas da avaliação há quase 20 anos e com a agência do Thierry eu encerrei esse ciclo, tendo presidido a avaliação da HCERES, cujo o relatório foi aprovado em abril deste ano. Portanto, há quase aqui um momento freudiano de quando eu os vi os dois e quando ouvi as intervenções, de me lembrar que eu não estou aqui enquanto académico nem enquanto avaliador, que seria uma posição bastante mais confortável, como imagino, e numa posição também que seria provavelmente mais livre. E, portanto, eu terei algum cuidado naquilo que vou dizer, exatamente pela importância que atribuo, não é só por estar nos ESGs, mas a uma questão que é fundamental, que é a liberdade e a independência da A3S. Se calhar alguns decisores políticos ou alguns decisores institucionais prefeririam que fosse de outra forma, mas eu direi que, do ponto de vista estrutural, do ponto de vista de funcionamento do sistema, eu acho que é muito importante que haja essa independência, porque ela é a garantia de que, de facto, algumas das afirmações que nós muitas vezes fazemos, e bem, de fortalecimento da autonomia institucional, não são menos retóricas do que aquela que o professor Marcos Santos agora estava a dizer relativamente às declarações de missões institucionais. E, portanto, aquilo que eu vou dizer, espero que esteja cingido àquilo que eu posso dizer nestas funções e que será um contributo para esta reflexão muito pertinente que a A3S está a fazer com as instituições. A primeira nota que eu gostaria de fazer é que, talvez por enviesamento que alguns de nós têm de um certo tropismo histórico, eu acho que vale a pena olhar para trás e ver o percurso que nós fizemos enquanto sistema do ponto de vista da avaliação. Alguns aqui na sala lembrar-se-ão que quando há 30 anos começou esta conversa, havia quem dissesse jamais as instituições de ensino superior, sobretudo as universidades, aceitarão um processo de avaliação externa. E, de facto, cumpre, aliás, a Andrée Sursock lembrou e bem que a avaliação institucional foi desencadeada pelas próprias instituições de ensino superior. Certamente com um sentido estratégico de perceber tendências que se antecipavam, mas deram o passo e isso foi fundamental para a primeira fase da avaliação que nós tivemos do ponto de vista das instituições e dos programas. É verdade que na primeira fase foi uma fase assim um bocadinho mais soft, mas eu acho que é muito importante destacar o papel pioneiro que as instituições de ensino superior portuguesas tiveram, mesmo do ponto de vista internacional. Aliás, ela lembrou, portanto até me poupou, que é para não parecer que eu estou aqui a engraxar os presentes, que as instituições portuguesas foram pioneiras mesmo a nível europeu e participaram no piloto e tiveram um papel muito importante nessa dimensão da avaliação institucional. E isso também importa sublinhar, porque depois, a partir de certa fase, achou-se que a avaliação institucional não interessa, porque o que interessa é avaliar os programas e isso é a única coisa que interessa. E, portanto, eu acho que importa ter presente esse passado, porque eu acho que ele é muito relevante e permite-nos encarar alguns destes desenvolvimentos de uma forma com bastante mais confiança. Relativamente a esta questão do percurso, eu gostaria também, obviamente, de saudar e de sublinhar aquilo que foi o importante papel que a A3S teve desde a sua fundação. E, obviamente, houve pessoas que tiveram um papel muito importante em transformar a A3S num instrumento de regulação claramente eficaz e consequente, ou seja, as coisas tiveram consequência, que é algo que nós muitas vezes não estamos habituados do ponto de vista da regulação, mas tiveram num sentido que eu acho que é particularmente importante sublinhar, que foi de fortalecimento da capacidade e da responsabilidade individual das instituições. Como, aliás, o anterior Presidente do Conselho de Administração sublinhava muitas vezes, grande parte das decisões da extinção de ciclos de estudo foram tomadas pelas próprias instituições. Grande parte das mudanças na oferta formativa foram desencadeadas pelas próprias instituições. E, portanto, eu acho que isto é um exemplo de maturidade por parte das instituições de ensino superior que também importa sublinhar. E finalmente, em termos, digamos assim, desta nota, digamos assim, deste preâmbulo histórico, que espero que não seja a ser muito maçador, é algo que nós também damos por adquirido, mas quando olhamos para outras agências e para outros processos de avaliação, eu acho que era bom também sublinhar que é o papel que as instituições e que os pares continuam a ter no processo de avaliação e de acreditação, seja ao nível dos ciclos de estudo, seja ao nível das instituições. Outros países fizeram outra opção e eu acho que o facto de nós continuarmos a ter um processo de avaliação que é feito pelos pares tem não só um valor acrescentado do ponto de vista daquilo que podem ser os processos de avaliação, mas, de facto, preservou uma dimensão da autonomia das instituições que eu acho que é muito importante. Portanto, nós fizemos um percurso que teve um impacto significativo do ponto de vista da oferta formativa, do ponto de vista dos ciclos de estudo, mas agora já entramos, de certa forma, num novo ciclo, que é um ciclo também exigente. Aliás, começou de uma forma particularmente difícil para o novo Conselho de Administração, porque assumiu funções em dezembro de 2020 e, felizmente, nós já começamos a esquecer do que foram os últimos 2 anos, mas foram 2 anos muito difíceis e, portanto, eu gostaria também publicamente de manifestar o apreço pela forma como o novo Conselho de Administração assumiu funções num contexto que, não só para o sistema de ensino superior, mas para tudo, foi um contexto muito difícil, de grande incerteza, de acumular de decisões que era preciso tomar e, portanto, a tarefa foi muito bem desempenhada, sendo que eu acho que o desafio deste novo ciclo, ou neste período de avaliação, é um desafio grande. Já não há novidade, as instituições já fizeram processos de autoavaliação e de reflexão interna e, portanto, é muito mais difícil manter o entusiasmo e o compromisso institucional do que era no início. E, portanto, a forma como nós podemos encarar este processo de avaliação institucional é, desde logo, de um modo que permita manter a relevância daquilo que está a ser feito, evitando o cansaço, a repetição, a perda de eficácia, e isso é, de facto, difícil. Uma das notas que foi, aliás, salientada na discussão da manhã, e eu ainda apanhei um pouco da intervenção do Sr. Reitor da Universidade de Minho, na qual me revejo particularmente, que esta necessidade de mudar o foco da questão da verificação de processos, e diria, aliás, de uma verificação exaustiva de processos, para um olhar que seja um olhar mais seletivo, ou seja, os nossos colegas que assumirem estas funções, acho que é importante perceber que não é numa visita que nós vamos resolver todos os problemas de qualidade. Aliás, aquilo que a avaliação institucional também traz é a passagem de uma lógica de avaliação pontual para uma responsabilização permanente das instituições com a melhoria contínua e com a qualidade. E, portanto, para aqueles que acham, sobretudo lá fora, que isto agora vai ser muito fácil porque as instituições vão estar mais responsabilizadas, eu acho exatamente o contrário. Eu acho que a avaliação institucional é muito mais responsabilizadora e muito mais exigente, mas é o que faz sentido depois de um caminho que foi feito de aperfeiçoamento dos sistemas internos de melhoria da qualidade e um caminho de consolidação interna. E, de facto, eu acho que vale a pena pensar de uma forma mais seletiva, não só, diria eu, na verificação dos processos, mas, sobretudo, no impacto e nos resultados. Aliás, em várias das apresentações de manhã, e na apresentação em particular do professor João Guerreiro, ele enfatizou a questão da gestão da qualidade. E, portanto, isso penso que está também interiorizado, que quando nós estamos a falar de avaliação institucional, estamos a falar, sobretudo, do governo das instituições, da sua capacidade estratégica. Tem que existir mecanismos de recolha e de sistematização dos dados, mas se isso não tiver depois, não for carreado para os processos de decisão, não suportar as opções que são feitas, vale de muito pouco. Se calhar conforta alguns avaliadores, mas em termos daquilo que são os nossos objetivos e ambição em termos de avaliação institucional, é pouco, não é? É curto. E, portanto, eu acho que este processo pode ser um processo que terá um potencial enorme do ponto de vista de melhoria do sistema, mas é de facto um processo muito exigente, quer para a agência, quer para as instituições. Porque, aliás, como era mencionado agora no final da discussão, há várias questões difíceis que se colocam do ponto de vista do processo de avaliação institucional. Eu vou só enunciá-las porque exatamente prometi que ia ser breve e, portanto, acho que também não me devo alongar, não só pelo tempo, mas pelas circunstâncias. Mas a primeira, conforme aqui foi mencionado, a questão da como é que nós abordamos isto numa lógica de consistência e de equidade, mas que preserve a diferenciação dentro do sistema. Ou seja, como é que nós equilibramos a necessidade de ter critérios que preservem a equidade entre as instituições, mas que não uniformizem as instituições e, sobretudo, não ponham em causa aquilo que me parece absolutamente fundamental, que é a coerência e a integração entre as diferentes missões e o seu contributo para o fortalecimento das instituições e para a sua diferenciação. Como é que aquilo que é feito nas instituições ao nível de ensino se articula com aquilo que é feito do ponto de vista da investigação e do ponto de vista da relação de comunidade? Porque nós sabemos que é difícil fazer esta articulação. E é difícil até pelas especificidades das instituições de ensino superior, que são, como sabemos, instituições muito descentralizadas, para o bom e para o mau, ou seja, muito do bom que acontece nas instituições de ensino superior acontece pelo entusiasmo, pelo dinamismo daquilo que nós chamaríamos a base, não é? Portanto, são os professores, são os funcionários, são muitas vezes os estudantes que lançam iniciativas que depois são agarradas pela instituição, mas isso tem um risco de pulverização do ponto de vista institucional, em que as instituições são levadas, seja por dinâmicas internas, seja por solicitações externas, em muitos sentidos, alguns dos quais não têm absolutamente coerência nenhuma com aquilo que é o projeto da instituição. E, portanto, eu diria que a avaliação institucional é uma oportunidade fundamental para suscitar às instituições de ensino superior do nosso sistema, pensar o que é que são as nossas prioridades, em que medida essas prioridades se articulam e são coerentes, do ponto de vista das 3 missões que todas elas são supostas seguir. E à qual eu acrescentaria uma outra, que hoje em dia é transversal e que tem um impacto fundamental, que é a questão da internacionalização. O processo de internacionalização que nós estamos a observar, nomeadamente no espaço europeu de ensino superior, é um processo em que a inserção das instituições passa cada vez mais por redes e por processos muito mais aprofundados, se me permitem, abandonando a lógica de temos não sei quantos acordos de mobilidade, temos não sei quantos protocolos ou memorandos de entendimento, muitos dos quais, como sabemos, às vezes de impacto de efeito muito limitado, mas, por exemplo, a iniciativa das universidades europeias, claro, juntamente com outros, de dizer quem são os nossos parceiros preferenciais e o que é que nós fazemos com esses parceiros preferenciais, porque é que são estes os nossos parceiros e não outros. E, portanto, passa por, ao nível de internacionalização, como ao nível de outras dimensões, termos instituições que não só sabem o que é que querem fazer, mas sabem também aquilo que não querem ou não podem fazer. E isso, eu sei que para aqueles que têm responsabilidades institucionais estou a dizer uma banalidade, mas acho que sabemos todos quão difícil é internamente fazer escolhas. Porque a dinâmica das próprias instituições é, genericamente, todas as áreas acham que devem ser tratadas com a mesma importância, todas as iniciativas acham que devem ser acarinhadas da mesma forma, e, portanto, com todo o carinho e com todo o apreço que nós podemos ter, de facto, nós temos que ser mais seletivos e, sobretudo, num sistema que nós queremos mais diversificado e mais diferenciado. É óbvio que instituições maiores, com mais diversidade de áreas, provavelmente vão ter que fazer uns equilíbrios, mas todas elas eu acho que vão ter que fazer escolhas e eu acho que a avaliação institucional pode ser uma oportunidade para confrontar as instituições e, sobretudo, para nos concentrarmos naquilo que é uma mensagem que, aliás, a Sra. Ministra tem insistido em várias intervenções públicas, que é nós melhorarmos a qualidade daquilo que nós estamos a fazer e estamos menos preocupados com a quantidade daquilo que nós fazemos. Eu penso que um dos grandes riscos que as instituições hoje em dia têm é serem instituições sobrecarregadas, estilhaçadas por muitas solicitações e a avaliação institucional pode ser, de facto, um instrumento que pode ajudar a uma reflexão interna, e eu estou a sublinhar muito esta dimensão interna, porque se ela não for internamente assumida, não há avaliação institucional que vá resolver isso. E, portanto, ela deve ser, sobretudo, como aliás nós dizíamos há 10 anos, quando arrancamos com o processo de avaliação dos ciclos de estudo, a parte mais importante é a parte da autoavaliação. E, portanto, a parte decisiva neste processo de avaliação institucional vai ser o exercício interno de reflexão estratégica, de reflexão com consequências para decidir o que é que cada instituição quer ser e que de forma quer contribuir e quer fazer parte do sistema de ensino superior português. A última nota que eu faria, onde me parece que o processo de avaliação institucional vai também ser importante e sem querer sobrecarregar demasiado a A3ES, é que, inevitavelmente, num processo de avaliação institucional, nós temos que olhar para a congruência deste processo de avaliação institucional com outras dimensões de regulação do sistema, quer do sistema de ensino superior, quer necessariamente, por exemplo, do sistema científico e tecnológico. Nós não podemos olhar para as instituições de ensino superior e fazer de conta que isto está a operar num vácuo. E, portanto, há aqui um conjunto de temas que eu acho que inevitavelmente vão estar presentes. E, aliás, para nós, académicos que somos dados a celebrar efemérides, lembremos que no próximo ano vamos celebrar os 50 anos da Reforma Veiga-Simão e, portanto, qual é o caminho que nós fizemos e como é que nós olhamos, quanto é que nós queremos continuar a assumir desse caminho que foi um caminho de diversidade institucional, mas também de diversidade territorial do sistema de ensino superior. Como é que nós vemos a relação entre as instituições de ensino superior e o sistema científico e tecnológico e o grau de interpenetração a vários níveis, do ponto de vista da capacidade de decisão, do ponto de vista do financiamento, do ponto de vista das carreiras? Como é que nós vemos os modelos de governo e de autonomia das instituições 15 anos depois do RGES? Eu acho que vai ser inevitável que esta questão se vai colocar neste mandato e, portanto, há várias movimentações nesse sentido e eu acho que a avaliação institucional necessariamente vai ter que incorporar reflexão sobre 15 anos depois do RGES, naqueles elementos mais novos do modelo fundacional, da redução do número de órgãos e da dimensão dos órgãos, no nível de participação dos diferentes corpos, da necessidade de reinventar ou recriar formas de comunicação interna diferentes daquelas que eram habituais. E, portanto, há aqui um conjunto de temas, que mais até do que eu estou a elencar, mas só para ser breve. E depois uma questão que é também que foi colocada logo na sessão de início e depois esteve muito presente, que é qual o equilíbrio que as instituições de ensino superior fazem entre esta necessidade de preservarem o seu tempo e o seu espaço, mas de não se fecharem sobre si próprias face a mudanças que são mudanças muito grandes. Do ponto de vista da dimensão de ensino, acho que não é redundante eu estar a alongar-me, mas eu acho que é muito importante o sublinhado que os documentos da A3ES, os documentos para discussão pública, fazem para as questões de inovação pedagógica e curricular, têm neste tempo. Se isto já era uma questão em março de 2020, depois destes últimos 2 anos, depois daquilo que foi a experiência, em muitos aspectos muito difícil que as instituições de ensino superior, os seus docentes e os seus estudantes tiveram, fazemos de conta que regressamos ao que estávamos em março de 2020, era desperdiçar todo esse potencial de experiência, umas mais conseguidas, outras menos conseguidas, e, portanto, há aqui uma necessidade de pensar a formação superior, ancorada, por um lado, numa capacidade de atualização do ponto de vista científico, mas também em relação que não subordinada às necessidades da sociedade. E esse equilíbrio é, obviamente, um equilíbrio muito difícil, como todos que têm responsabilidades sabem, mas que é inevitável. Ou seja, para nós mantermos a relevância do ensino superior como tem, e temos visto, mesmo num contexto de grande incerteza, temos o máximo histórico do número de estudantes inscritos no ensino superior, tivemos um excelente resultado do ponto de vista do acesso, temos vários elementos que nos dão esperança relativamente à confiança que a sociedade portuguesa tem no ensino superior, que é o principal instrumento para nós termos alguma perspectiva de futuro enquanto país. Aliás, citando novamente a Sra. Ministra Elvira Fortunato, como nós não temos petróleo, nem temos particulares riquezas de exploração fácil, a riqueza que nós temos é a capacidade de qualificar as pessoas. E quem tem a competência para o fazer, queiram umas vozes ou não queiram, é o ensino superior. Agora, nós não podemos dar isso por adquirido. E a avaliação institucional será certamente uma oportunidade para as instituições refletirem internamente sobre o que é que foi esta experiência destes últimos 2 anos e meio e o que é que, a partir dessa experiência, nós podemos renovar a relevância daquilo que nós fazemos do ponto de vista da formação, seja na formação com frente de grau, seja na formação ao longo da vida, que é uma área onde nós precisamos todos de nos aplicar mais. Eu disse que não queria alongar-me, sobretudo queria agradecer muito à A3ES, não só o dia de hoje, mas a forma colaborativa como tem estado a desencadear este processo, porque eu acho que não pode ser de outra forma, mas é obviamente muito mais difícil. Sublinhar o facto de nós termos tido tanta gente nesta sessão, seja presencialmente, seja à distância, e sobretudo também sublinhar esta dimensão internacional que foi trazida para a discussão. Eu acho que ela é muito importante e, do ponto de vista da qualidade, eu comecei por aí, neste percurso pioneiro que as instituições de ensino superior portuguesas tiveram, e de facto nós hoje, se há setor onde nós sistematicamente nos comparamos internacionalmente, é o ensino superior. E bem, os nossos professores, os nossos estudantes são hoje muito mais exigentes. Aliás, as pessoas lá fora são muito mais exigentes porque dizem como é que as instituições de ensino superior se comparam com o melhor que se faz lá fora? Isto se calhar passa-nos assim um bocadinho despercebido porque já integramos isso. Mas isso é uma mudança do ponto de vista do sistema enorme, porque significa que os nossos padrões de exigência se tornaram muito mais elevados. E, portanto, também desse ponto de vista, eu acho que esta reflexão sobre a avaliação institucional, feita de uma forma participada e feita com a colaboração dos colegas de outras agências e de outros sistemas, é uma boa receita para que seja um momento fundamental na consolidação daquilo que eu acho que mais nos interessa, que é termos instituições de ensino superior mais fortes e mais relevantes. Muito boa tarde. Muito obrigado.